Mene, Iesu Kristo mobil waterue. Ama minya sisine kuturiane. Entah, Yesune, dau tere, nie, kutu, Mose, Abraham tere, nie, entah. Abraham tere tetabo, dau satu minyane, Iesu Kristo, mobil waterue. Entah, ni minya sisine, mene, Abraham ne, Isae, Jakwe, ikuraibo, moterube, brebo, serae. Tumune, amare, pesowe dame, aminae, nakasowe semowe, boa momune, daka, obe momune burung, Isae, kutu, tok bumanito, dawe. Enti ababo, dautere, tetabo, isunya ne, botoma, babetebo, botomari nobtore, uti abuobo, besabuti amitom temenya si sine, mene, saromone bria sorme kurore memie, abiae, asae, isuae, jame, usiae jotame, asire, isetiae, manase, amome, yosirae de kunyaebo, mokerube.
David was the father of Solomon, whose mother had been Uriah's wife. Solomon the father of Rehoboam. Rehoboam the father of Abijah. Abijah the father of
Enti ababo, isunya ne, botomari nobtore kuti abuobo, besabo, bale yobite, butiatom tere tetabo, Yesu takyo tutom temenya sisine, mene, ikunya siaritie, serubabe, abime veriatie, asmesae, atie, eriwe, ariasae, matane, yakwe, jisue, entah, jisune Maria mowabie, entah, Maria aniribo, kretue, atramito, Yesune, takyatung.
Zerubbabel the father of Abiud. Abiud the father of Eliakim. Eliakim the father of Azor. Azor
Entah, Yesu mau biru waterune. Abraham butumitom tere teta. Dawe satu mitom temenya titine. Bebu, biru buto timinyae. Koto, Yesu mau biru waterune. Dawe butumitom tere tetabo. Isirinya ne, botomari no butore kote bobo. Botoma babe, jobute, besabutira menya titise. Bebu, biru buto timinyae. Koto, botoma babe jobute, besabu tiramitom tere tetabo. Yesu Kristo atilatu mitom temenya kine, bebu, biru butot kiminyae. Yesu Kristo tak yatu meyu, none, metmae, monu mariane mo wabisakwe, ayaba, yuresunu yabramitone Yesue, ente trantebo, tone, wabie mantai titi, nasa tere, marane mariane, owasabo, ente tung tebo Maria, owasabune, botumari no tonure, dere suamune ribu obe. Enta, Yesune Maria, mowa bisa kue, kayaba, yuresunu yabramitane, yakuri nyare saintrame yune, debata, saintune, ente tuntrebo, nyane, nano oratiare, yuresunu yabrami, kurune, karakwe, ayaba, nyowetune, nyarbo, mariane, mutora se trebe, enta, Yesune, ni mebrone bo kurou, kra kurou, ayaba, nyo wentuobo, mone kumare, bariune, to kubua mito, botumari no to moketi alma mito rukurebo, Yesu trebo, Yesua, kone, dau momurue, kone Maria tiaba, manta, samuni angkone, abane, minueme, nyo esa kosebe, enta, mome boku yonte butume mine, botumari no to nure, dere suamuni tundebe, enta Mariane, mimo kuto mine, tabiangkue, enta kone, mimine, Yesu sinibie, ne morbo, moro minya sobitine mesiaba, iyangkue matrebe, enta, ente tume bro, ini titire tume, ne botumari no tore janare, guatia nyabu, antume torebo, botumari no tore meju, yatune, mete tume, mokumi kurune, owasaba, mokuto, mirukune, takiangkue, kuto, nemime sini andane, Imanue, ayandane, Imanue ibrani miaru yue, nemiyune, mete mae, botumari no butone, inke saba kikiri butune, amamese, ente abonuo, Yesune, ose abonuo, mone, to kubumamito, botumari no butomo ketiai mamito bo, mo tue yabumeyune, otito etung, enta mone, mariati abonuo, mo manta samunitung, ente tungse, mariane, nimimina takria terrene, Yesune Maria saba, nante tiebe, tetabo, mariane, owatak yabonuo, Yesune nimimisi intune, Yesue, ayabasi intune. Mene, Iesu Kristo, mau biru waterue. Ama minya sisine koturiane. Entah, Yesu ne, da otere, mie, koto, mose, Abraham tere, mie. Entah,
After Jesus
Abraham tere, tetabo, da usato minyane. Yesu Kristo mau biru waterue. Entah, ni minya sisine, mene, Abraham, Isae, Yakwe, Yekulabo, Mokerbe, Brebo, Sarae, Tomune, Tamare, Pesromedane, Aminae, Nakasowe Simone, Boa, Momune, Daka, Obe, Momune from Isae, Koto, Tokubumamito, Dawe, Entia Babo, Dautre, Tetabo, Isrinyane, Botoma, Babetebo, Botomari Notore, Kultia Bobo, Besabutia Mito, Mutemenyati, Sine, Mene, Saromowe, Salmone Kuria Solmekure Mie, Abiae, Asae, Jisuae, Yorame, Pusiae, Yotame, Asie, Isetiae, Manase, Amome, Josiae, Likonaibo, Mokrerobe.
priests and teachers of the law, he asked them where the Christ was to be born.
In Bethlehem, in Judea,
They replied, "For this is what the prophet has written. But you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are by no means least among the rulers of Judah, for out of you will come a ruler who will be shepherd of my people, Israel." Then Herod called the Magi secretly and found out from them the exact time the star had appeared. He sent them to Bethlehem and said,
go and make a careful search for the child. As soon as you find him, report to me, so that I too may go and worship him.
After they had heard the king, they went on their way, and the star they had seen in the east went ahead of them until it stopped over the place where the child was. When they saw the star, they were overjoyed. On coming to the house, they saw the child with his mother Mary, and they
Entia Babo, Isruinyare, Botomarino, Torcutia Buobo, Besabo, Mame Yobute, Butiratom, Terete Tabo, Yesu Takiriato Tom Temenya Sisine, Mene, Yekonya, Searitie, Serubame, Abime, Eriyarie, Asme Sarae, Akie, Eriue, Ariasae, Matane, Yakwe, Visue, Nta, Visune Maria, Mowabi, Nta, Maria, Anirebo, Kretue, Atramito, Yesune, Takriato.
When they had gone, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream. "Get up," he said, "take the child and his mother and escape to Egypt. Stay there until I tell you, for Herod is going to search for the child to kill him." So he got up, took the child and his mother during the night, and left for Egypt, where he stayed until the death of Herod. And so was fulfilled what the Lord had said through the prophet, "Out of Egypt I called my son." When Herod realized that he had been outwitted by the Magi, he was furious. And he gave orders to kill all the boys in Bethlehem and its vicinity who were 2 years old and under, in accordance with the time he had learned from the Magi.
Entah, Yesus mau biru waterune. Abraham butuh metom terere teta. Dawe satu metom temenya titine. Baibu biru buto titimenya. Koto Yesus mau biru waterune. Dawe butuh metom terere tetabo. Isru inyane. Botomari na butore. Kong tebu obo. Botoma babe yo bute. Besa butra menya titise. Baibu biru buto titimenya. Koto botoma babe dobute besa butira mitom terre tetabo Iesu Kristo tadi dia mitom temenya titine bebu bilu buto titimenya Iesu Kristo tak ya to meyu none metemae monu mariane mo wabi sakwe ayaba yurisunu yabra mitone Yesue ente tantbo tone wabi e mantai titi nasa terre barane mariane o wasabu ente tuntebo Maria o wasabune botumari no tonure dere suamuneri buobe enta yisune Maria mo wabisakwe ayaba yuresunu yabramitane yakuri nyare saintrame yune debata saintone ente tuntrebo nyane nanyo gratiere yurisunu yabrami kurune karakwe ayaba nyowetune nyabo mariane mutora setrebe enta yusune minibrone tokuro karakuro ayaba nyonyo wentuobo more kuno arre bariune tokbumamito botomari nokto moketian mamito bukurbo yusutrebo yusua kone daumo mrue kone bariati aba manta samni ankone ayabane milueme nyo esa kosbe enta mo mi bokuyonte buto memene botomari no tonure dere so munito ndibe enta mariane mi mo buto mine tabiankue enta kone ni mimine yeso sini bie ne morbo mo minya so bitine mesiaba iriankue batrebe enta ente tume bro ini titire tume ne botumari nobtore yaiba uatia yabu antumi torbo botumari nobtore meyu yatune mete tume mokume krune owasaba mokuto mirkune takriankue koto neme mesini andane rimanwe aya indane rimanwe ibrani miaru yue neme yune metemae botumari nobtone inkesaba ikere butune amamese mene Yesu Kristo bobi waterue amami ya sisine kuturiane enta Yesune dautere mi mie kuto mose Abraham tere mi enta Abraham tere tetabo dau satu minyane Yesu Kristo mobilu waterue enta nimenya sisine mene Abraham ne Isai Yakwe Yekuraibo mo perube brebo srae tonune tamare esrome dame aminae naka some samowe bo monune naka obe monune buru Isaie kuto tok bumamito dawe entia babo dau tere tetabo Isrunyane botoma babetebo botomari nobtore kotia buobo besabu tirametom temenya sine mene salmone kuria sor mikuro memie te abiae asae disbae yoamne usiae yotame asie isetiae manase amome yosiae de kunyabo mokerume
But when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees coming to where he was baptizing, he said to them,
"You brood of vipers! Who warned you to flee from the coming wrath? Produce fruit in keeping with repentance. And do not think you can say to yourselves, 'We have Abraham as our father.' I tell you that out of these stones God can raise up children for Abraham. The axe is already at the root of the trees, and every tree that does not produce good fruit will be cut down and thrown into the fire." I baptize you with water for repentance. But after me will come one who is more powerful than I, whose sandals I am not fit to carry. He will baptize you with the Holy Spirit and with fire.
Ente ababo. Isrunyane. Potumari no butore kuite abu abo. Besabo. Bare yobite butirato mutrere tetabo. Yajutak yatuto mutimenya si sine. Mene yikonyae. Siaritie. Serubabe. Abimle. Eriatie. Asuesre. Atie. Eriue. Ariasa. Matanye jague. Yisue. Nta. Yisune Maria Mowabie. Nta Maria Anerebo. Tritue. Atramito. Yesune. Tatiratung.
Then Jesus came from Galilee to the Jordan to be baptized by John. But John tried to deter him, saying,
I need to be baptized by you. And do you come to me?
Jesus replied,
Let it be so now. It is proper for us to do this to fulfill all righteousness.
Then John consented.
Teta. Yesu mobiru watirne. Abraham butu metom trere teta. Dawe satu metom temenya titine. Baibu. Biru buto titimenya. Koto. Yesu mobiru watirune. Daw butu metom trere tetabo. Isrunya ne. Potumari no butore kutebo obo. Botuma babe jobute. Besa butira menya titise. Baibu. Biru buto titimenya. Koto. Botuma babe jobute. Besa butira metom trere tetabo. Iesu Kristo tatira tu metom temenya titine. Baibu. Biru buto titimenya. Mene. Iesu Kristo mobiru waterue. Ama menya sisine. Kuturiane. Teta. Yesu ne. Daw trere ni. Mie. Kuto. Mose. Abraham trere me. Mie. Enta. Abraham trere tetabo. Daw satu menyane. Iesu Kristo mobiru waterue. Enta. Ni menya sisine. Mene. Abraham ne. Tichae. Jakwe. Yeknabo. Mokerbe. Brebo. Srae. Tongnune. Amae. Esraue. Dame. Aminae. Naka sowe salmome boy. Bo. Monune. Naka. Obe. Obe monune ku. Ichaye. Koto. Tokukumanito. Dawe. Enti ababo. Daw trere tetabo. Isunyane. Botoma. Babetebo. Botomari no butore. Kote abu obo. Besa butira meto mutemenya. Sine. Mene. Saromone. Uya sorune kureme mie. Ndi abiae. Abiae. Asae. Yusubae. Yorame. Kusiae. Yotame. Ase. Isetiae manase. Amowe. Yosiae de kunyaebo. Mokerwe.
Throw yourself down. For it is written, He will command His angels concerning you, and they will lift you up in their hands, so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. Jesus answered him,
It is also written, do not put the Lord your God to the test.
Again the devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms
Enti
of the world
ababo.
and their splendor.
Isirunyane. Potumari no butore kote abu obo. Besabo. Babe jobute butiratom trere tetabo. Yesu takya tutom temenya. Sisine. Mene. Yekonya siaritie. Serubabe. Abinwe. Eriakie. Asumesare. Atie. Eriwe. Ariasae. Matane. Jakwe. Yisue. Nta. Yisune Maria. Mowabie. Nta Maria. Anerebo. Tetue. Atramito. Yesune. Takyatu.
Leaving Nazareth, he went and lived in Capernaum, which was by the lake in the area of Zebulun and Naphtali, to fulfill what was said through the prophet Isaiah. Land of Zebulun and land of Naphtali, the way to the sea along the Jordan, Galilee of the Gentiles. The people living in darkness have seen a great light. On those living in the
Tenta
land of the
Iesu mobilu waterune Abraham butuh metom terere teta dawe satu metom temenya titine bebu biru buto titi menyae koto Iesu mobilu waterune dau butuh metom terere tetabo Israelnya ne botomari no butoreko tebu obo botoma babe do buti besa butira menya tikise bebu biru buto titi menyae koto botoma abe biobute besa butira metom terere tetabo Iesu Kristo tatia tu metom temenya titine bebu biru buto titi menyae Iesu Kristo tatia tu meyu none metemae monu mariane mo wabisa kue ayaba yuresno yabra metone yisue ente trantbo tone wabie mantai titi nasa tiere barane mariane owasa buo ente tuitbo maria owasa bune botumari no tonure dere suamuneri buobe tuta yisune maria mo wabisa kue ayaba yuresno yabra metone yakurinya sa intra me yune de bata saintune ente to intrebo nyane na nyogratia re yuresno yabrami kurune tarakwe ayaba nyowetune nyarbo mariane motora se trebe enta disune nene brone bo kuro tarakuro ayaba nyonyowen tuobo mone kuno arre bariune to kuma mito botmari no to mo ke tiama mito kurbo yisu trebo yisua kone daumomrue kone maria tiaba manta samuni on kone ayabane minua me yo sakosle enta mo me boku yonte buto me mine botmari no tonure de so muni tunibe enta mariane mi mo ku to mine ta biankue enta kone ni mi mine yeso si ni bie ne morbo moroi minya so bitine me siaba iyankue ba trebe enta tente tu me buro ini titire tu me ne botmari no tore ya nare uatia yabu antume torbo botumari no tore me yu ya tume mete tume mokume kurune kowasaba mokuto mirkune akirankue kuto neme mesini andane imanue aya indane imanuene ibrani miaro yue neme yune betemae botmari no butone jinke saba kikiri butune amamese enti abonuo yisune ose abonuo mone tokubuma mito botumari no butomo ketia imamito robo mo tue yabu meyune otito itu enta mone mariati abonuo mo manta samunitu ente tunse mariane nimimina takria tierre no yisune maria saba na ante tiebe tetabo mariane kuwata kia bonuo yisune nimi misi nitune yesue ayaba si nitune mene yesu keto mobilu waterue ama minya sisine kuturiane enta yesune dautere me mie kuto mose Abraham terre me mie enta Abraham terre tetabo dau satu minyane Yesu Kristo mobilu waterue enta niminya sisine bene Abraham ne Isa dekwe yekulabo bokerobe brebo sarae tonune tamae pesome dame aminae naka some samome bae bo monune daka obe monune kurum Isaia, Koto, Tokumanito, Dawe, Antiababo, Dao Tre Tabo, Isrinyane, Botoma, Babetebo, Botomarino Tore, Kotia Bobo, Besa Butiramitom Temenya, Si, Sine, Mene, Salmo Salmone Guriasol Micromemia, Bia, Abia, Asae, Isubai, Yame, Usiae, Yotame, Asie, Isetiae, Manase, Amonge, Josiae, Yekonyabo, Mokerole.
For they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called sons of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven.
Antiababo, Isrinyane, Botomarino Tore Kotia Bobo, Besabo, Mario Butiratom Tre Tabo, Yesuta Criatom Temenya Sisine, Mene, Yekonyae, Siantie, Srubame, Abime, Eliatie, Asuesaroe, Atie, Eriue, Ariasae, Matane, Yakue, Isue, Nta, Isune, Maria Moabie, Nta, Maria Anirbo, Canetue, Atramito, Yesune, Takiatum.
You are the salt of the earth. But if the salt loses its saltiness, how can it be made salty again? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trampled by men. You are the light of the world.
Enta, Yesu mo biru waterme. Abraham gutumitom tere teta. Dawe satu mitom temenya kikine. Bebu, biru buto kikimenyae. Kuto, Yesu mo biru waterune. Dau butumitom tere tetabo. Isrunyane, botomari no butore kutebobo. Botoma, babe, jobute. Besa butira menya kikise. Bebu, biru buto kikimenyae. Kuto, Botoma babe jobute besabutira mitom tere tetabo Iesu Kristo tatira tu mitom temenya tikine bebu biru buto tikiminya Iesu Kristo takya tu meyu no ne mete mai monu mariane mo wabisakwe ayaba yuris no yabra mitone jisue ente trantebo tonne wabie manta tiki na satiere barnane mariane o wasabu ente tuntebo maria o wasabune botomari no tonure dere so muneri bobe nta Yisune Maria mo wabisakwe ayaba yurisuno yabramitone yakurinya saintrami yune debata saintone ente tontrebo nyane nanyo gratiere yurisuno yabrami kurune karakwe ayaba nyowetune nyarbo mariane mutora setrebe enta yisune nime brone bokuro krakuro ayaba nyonyo wentuobo mone kuno arre bariune tokumamito Botomari no tomo que tiene mami to curvo. Jisu trebo. Jisu akone da momrue. Kone mariate aba manta samuni ankone. Ayabane minume nyosa kosbe. Enta momi boku yonte utome mine. Botomari no tonure de so muri tunibe. Enta mariane ni moku tomine tabiangu. Enta kone mine yeso sinibe. Ne morbo moro minya so utine mesiaba irangu eba trebe. Enta ente tumi bro ini titire tume. Ne botumari no vitore yambare uatia yabu antumi torbo botumari no vitore me yu yatune mete tune moku mikrune awasaba mokuto mirkune tak yankue kuto ne me sini aindane himanwe ayaindane himanwe ne ibrani miaru yue ne me yune metemae botumari no vitone jinke saba sikri butune ama mesi enti abonuo yisune ose abonuo mone Toku bumamito, botumari no tomo que te hay mamito rebo, mo tu ella bumiyune, o titoritu. Enta mone, mariate abonuo, mo manta samunitu, ente tuche mariane, ne me mina takia tierine, jisune maria saba, nante tiebe, te tabo, mariane, o watakia abonuo, jisune ne me mesi nitune, jesue, ayaba si nitune.
You have heard that it was said, "Do not commit adultery." But I tell you Anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. If your right eye causes you to sin, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to be thrown into hell. And if your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to go into hell. It has been said anyone who divorces his wife must give her a certificate of divorce. But I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife except for marital unfaithfulness causes her to become an adulteress. And anyone who marries a divorced woman commits adultery. Again, you have heard that it was said to the people long ago, do not break your oath, but keep the oaths you have made to the Lord.
But I tell you, do not swear at all. Either by heaven, for it is God's throne, or by the earth, for it is his footstool, or by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king. And do not swear by your head, for you cannot make even one hair white or black. Simply let your yes be yes and your no, no. Anything beyond this comes from the evil one. You have heard that it was said, eye for eye and tooth for tooth. But I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If someone strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if someone wants to sue you and take your tunic, let him have your cloak as well. If someone forces you to go 1 mile, go with him 2 miles. Give to the one who asks you, and do not turn away from the one who wants to borrow from you. You have heard that it was said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be sons of your Father in heaven. He causes his sun to rise on the evil and the good, and sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous. If you love those who love you, what reward will you get? Are not even the tax collectors doing that? And if you greet only your brothers, what are you doing more than others? Do not even the
Mene,
pagans do that?
Iesu Kristo mo biru waterue. Ama menyasi sine kuturiane. Enta Yesu ne dautere mie koto Mose Abraham tere mie. Enta Abraham tere tetabo dau satu minyane Yesu Kristo mo biru waterue. Enta ne menyasi sine mene Abraham ne Isae Jakwe Jekuraibo mokebe brebo sae tomune tamare pesrome dame aminae naka somwe sai mome boae boa monune naka obe monune kuru isae koto tokumanito dawe enti ababo daw terete tabo tisunyane botuma babetebo botumari nogitore koti abu obo besabuti amito mutemenya sine mene saromone uriato me kurure memie de abiae asae yusibae yorame usiae yotame asire isetiae manase amowe yosiae dikonyae bo mokerube.
Do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your giving may be in secret. Then your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you. And when you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray, standing in the synagogues and on the street corners, to be seen by men. I tell you the truth, they have received their reward in full. when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you. And when you pray, do not keep on babbling like pagans, for they think they will be heard because of their many words.
Tia babo.
Do not be like
Isro nyane. Botumari no tore kuti abu obo. Besabo. Mame jobute. Butiratom tere tetabo. Yesu takira tutom temenya sisine. Mene rikonyae searitie. Senubabe. Abime. Erigakie. Asuesaroe. Akie. Eriwe. Ariasae matane. Jakwe. Jisue. Nta. Jisune Maria Mogwabie. Nta. Maria Anerebo. Keretue. Atramito. Yesune. Takiratung.
and lead us not into temptation.
Nta. Yesu mo biru waterune. Abraham butu metom tere teta. Dawe satu metom temenya titine. Baibu biru buto titimenya koto. Yesu mo biru waterune. Dawe butu metom tere tetabo. Isro nyane. Botomari no butore ko tebo obo. Botoma babe yobute. Besa butira menya titise. Baibu biru buto titimenya koto. Botoma babe yobute. Besa butira metom tere tetabo. Yesu Kristo tatira tu metom temenya titine. Baibu biru buto titimenya Yesu Kristo tatira tu meyu none mete mae monu mariane mo wabisakwe ayaba yurisunu yabramitone yisune ente trantbo tone wabie manta titi nasa tiere barane mariane o wasabu ente tuntbo maria o wasabune botomari no tonure de suemune ribuobe enta yisune maria mo wabisakwe ayaba yurisunu yabramitone yakuri nyare saintrami yune de bata saintune ente tuntrebo nyane nanyo gratiere yurisunu yabrami kurone tarakwe ayaba nyowetune nyarbo mariane mutora se trebe enta yisune nimebone tokuro krakuro ayaba nyonyowen tuobo mone kuno ari bariune to kubumamito botumari nokto bo keti almamito bukurebo yisu trebo yisula kone dau momrue kone mariate aba manta samuni ankone ayabane minume nyosa kosebe nta momi boku yonte utumimine botumari nokto nuritere suamuni tundibe nta mariane mi mokutomine tabiankue nta kone nimimine yeso si inibie ne morbo moro minya sobitine mesiaba irankue batrebe nta ente tume bro yini titi titire tume ne botumari noktore yaibare uatia yabu antumi torebo botumari noktore meju yatume mete tune mokumi krune owasaba mokuto mirkune tabiankue kutu nimimesi ni andane imanwe ayandane imanwe ibrani mbiaro yue nemiyune mete mae botumari noktone tinte saba kikiri butune amamese ente abonuo yitune ose abonuo mone tokubumamito botumari nokto moketi aimamito bo mo tue yabu mejune otito etung enta mone mariati abonuo mo manta chamunitung ente tuse mariane nimimina takya tierrene yisune maria saba nante tiebe tetabo mariane o watakya abonuo yisune nimimi sinitune yesue ayaba sinitune
Body more important than clothes. Look at the birds of the air. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they? Who of you by worrying can add a single hour to his life? And why do you worry about clothes? See how the lilies of the field grow? They do not labor or spin, and yet I tell you that not even Solomon in all his splendor was dressed like one of these. If that is how God clothes the grass of the field, which is here today and tomorrow is thrown into the fire, will he not much more clothe you, O you of little faith? So do not worry, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or what shall we wear? For the pagans run after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them. But seek first his kingdom,
mene
and his
Yesu
righteousness,
Kristo mo biru
and all
waterue
these things
amaminya sisine kuturiane. Entah Yesune dau tere mi mie kuto Mose Abraham tere mi mie. Entah Abraham tere tetabo dau satu minyane. Yesu Kristo mobilu waterue. Entah niminya sisine mene Abraham Isae jakwe yekuraibo mokerube brebo sae tomune tamae pesrowe dame aminae nakasowe semowe boae bo monune daka obe kobe monune kurum isaye kuto toku mamito dawe enti ababo dau tere tetabo isrinya ne botuma babete bo otomari no tore ko tia bo besa butira mito temenya sisine mene saro mone kuri asor me kuru me bia abiae asae yusubae jorame butie rotame asie isitiae manase amowe dosiae dikonyae bo mokerube
in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? How can you say to your brother, let me take the speck out of your eye, when all the time there is a plank in your own eye? You hypocrite. First take the plank out of your own eye, then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye. Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and then turn and tear you to pieces. Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and the door will be open to you. For everyone who asks receives. He who seeks finds. And to him who knocks, the door will be opened. Which of you, if his son asks for bread, will give him a stone? Or if
enti
he asks for
ababo
a fish, will give him a
isrunya
serpent?
ne botumari no tore kuti abu obo besabo baro yo butia tom tere tetabo Yesu takia tu tom temenya sisine mene yekonyae searitie serubabe abiwe eriyakie aswesaroe akie eriwe ariasa matane yakwe Yesue nta Yesune Maria mo wabie nta Maria kanirebo kretue atramito Yesune takriatu
Enter through the narrow gate. For wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction. And many enter
Entah,
through it.
Yesu mobiu waterune. Abraham butu mitom tere teta. Dawe satu mitom temenya tikine. Bebu biru buto tikimenyae. Koto, Yesu mobiu waterune. Dau butu mitom tere tetabo. Isrinya ne. Botomari no botore ko tebo obo. Botoma babe dio bute. Besa butira menyati kise. Bebu biru buto tikimenyae. Koto. Botoma babe jobute besa butira metom tere tetabo Yesu Kristo takira tu metom temenya tikine bebu biru buto tikimenya Yesu Kristo takira tu meyo none mete mai monu bariane mo babisa kwe ayaba yoresno yabra mitone Yesue ente trantebo tone babi mantai titi nasatere barane mariane o wasabo ente tuntebo Maria o wasabne botomari no tonure dereso muniri bobe enta Yesune Maria mo babisa kwe ayaba yurisno yabrani tone yakuri nyari saintrami yune de bata saintune ente tuntrebo nyane nanyo watiare yurisno yabrami kurune trakwe ayaba nyotune nyarbo mariane mutora setrebe enta yusune nimi brone kuro krakuro ayaba nyonyo wentuobo mone kumawarde bariune to kumamito botumari no to moketiai mamito bukurbo Iesu trebo. Iesu con đào mô con Maria tia ba manta sa muni con ayabane minuame nyo sa kosme nta mo me bok yonte buto me mine botumari no tonure nere so muni tungebe nta Mariane mi mo kutomine ta biangue nta kone ni mine Yesu chi ni bie ne mo bo moro ni nya so bitine me seba yangue ba trebe nta ente tu membro ni titi titire tune ne botumari no tore jainare buatia yabu kan tu me torebo botumari no tore me ju yatune mete tune mo kume kune o wasaba mo kuto mirkune akyangue kutu ni me sini andane di manwe ayandane di manune ibrani miaro yue ni me yune metamae botumari no tole tinte saba kikiri butune amames enti abonuo isune o se abonuo mone to kumami to botumari no tomo ke te mami torbo mo tu yabu me yune o tito etu enta mone mariati abonuo mo manta samunitu ente tu che mariane ni me mina ta kya terine isune maria saba na ante tiebe tetabo mariane o wata kya abonuo isune ni me sini tu ne yesue ayaba sini tu
When Jesus had finished saying these things, crowds were amazed at his teaching. Because he taught
mene
men who had
Iesu Kristo mo biru waterue ama minya sisine kuturiane enta Yesu ne dau tere mi mie kutu Mose Abraham tere mi mie enta Abraham tere tetabo dau satu minyane Yesu Kristo mo biru waterue enta ni minya sisine mene Abraham ne Isae Yakue di kuraibo mokerube brebo Srae tomune tamae esrome dame aminae nakasome samome boae bo momune baka obe momune borum Isae kuto tokumanito dawe enti ababo dau tere tetabo isrinyane botoma babetebo botomari notore kuti abuobo besab tira metom temenya sine mene saromone uria sor mikroreme mie dia abiae asae bisubae yoame usiae yotane asie isetiae manase amome josiae ye konyabo mokerube
Jesus reached out his hand and touched the man.
I am willing.
He said,
Be clean.
immediately he was cured of his leprosy. Then Jesus said to him,
See that you don't tell anyone, but go show yourself to the priest and offer the gift Moses commanded as a testimony to them.
When Jesus had entered Capernaum, a centurion came to him asking for help.
Lord,
He said,
my servant lies at home paralyzed and in terrible suffering.
Jesus said to him,
I will go and heal him.
the centurion replied,
Lord, I do not deserve for you to come under my roof. But just say the word and my servant will be healed. For I myself am a man under authority, with soldiers under me. I tell this one go and he goes, that one come and he comes. I tell my servant do this and he does it.
enti ababo isrinyane otomari no tore kuti abuobo besabo pabe yo butiratom tere tetabo Iesu tak jatuh tom temenya sini. Mana dia konya sertie serubabe. Abime teriyakie aswesarae akie eriue ariasae matane yakue Yesue. Entah Yesune Maria mowabie renta Maria anerebo kenetue atramito Yesune akjatung.
Then Jesus said to the centurion,
Go. It will be done just as you believed it would.
and his servant was healed at that very hour. When Jesus came into Peter's house, he saw Peter's mother-in-law lying in bed with a fever. He touched her hand, and the fever left her. And she got up and began to
Entah
commend him.
Yesu mo biru waterune. Abang bitu metom tere teta dawa satu metom temenya titine. Bebu biru butau titinenya. Kuto Yesu mo biru waterune. Da bitu metom tere tetabo. Isurunya ne. Botomari no butarku. Tebu obo. Botoma babe dio bute. Besabu tidak menya titise. Bebu biru butau titimenya. Kuto botoma babe dio bute. Besabu tidak metom tere tetabo. Iesu Kristo tak tidak tu metom temenya titine. Bebu biru buto titi menya. Iesu Kristo tak ya tu meyo none mete mai monu mariane mo wabisa kwe. Ayaba yure sunu yabra metal ne Yesle. Ente trantubo tone wabi mantai titi na satiare barane mariane o wasabu. Ente tutebo Maria ko wasabune. Botumari no tonure dere somuniri buobe. Enta Yesune Maria mo wabisa kwe. Ayaba yure sunu yabra metal ne yakuri nyai sain trami yune de bata sain tune. Ente tuntrebo nyane na nyora tiare yure sunu yabrami purune tarakwe. Ayaba nyowe tune nyabo mariane mutora se trebe. Enta Yesune dine brone bokuro karakuro. Ayaba nyonyo wentu obo mone kuro arre barune to kubuma mito botumari no to mobeti ay mamito bukurebo. Yesu trebo. Yesu akone da omomruwe. Kone Maria tiaba manta samuni angkone. Ayabane minume nyoe sako sebe. Enta momi mo kuyonte buto memine botomari no to nure dere somuni tundebe. Enta mariane ni mo kutomine takirangku. Enta kone ni memine Yesu sinibe. Ne morbo moroi minya so bitine mesiaba iyangku eba terebe. Enta ente tu membro ini titi tume. Ne botomari no butore nyai bare buatia yabu antumi torbo. Botomari no butore meju ya tume mete tume. Moku mikrune awasaba mokuto mirkune takiyangku kuto neme sini anda ne Imanwe aya anda ne Imanwe ne Ibrani miaro yue neme yune metemae botumari no butone rinte saba ikiri butune ama mesenti abonuo Yesune ose abonuo mone to kubuma mito botumari no buto mo kete anma mito bo mo tue yabu me yune otito itu enta mone Maria ti abonuo mo manta samuni tu ente tu se mariane ni mina taki ya tiere ne Yesune Maria saba nante tiebe tetabo mariane o wata ti abonuo Yesune ne misi tu ne Yesue ayaba sini tu ne.
He replied,
You have little faith! Why are you so afraid?
Then he got up and rebuked the winds and the waves. And it was completely calm. The men were amazed and asked,
What kind of a man is this? Even the wind and the waves obey him.
other side, in the region of the Gadarenes, two demon-possessed men coming from the tombs met him. They were so violent that no one could pass that way.
What do you want with us, Son of God?
They shouted.
Have you come here to torture us before the appointed time?
Some distance from them, a large herd of pigs was feeding. The demons begged Jesus.
If you drive us out, send us into the herd of pigs.
He said to them,
Come.
So they came out and went into the pigs, and the whole herd rushed down the steep bank into the lake and died in the water. Those tending the pigs ran off into the town and reported all this, including what had happened to the demon-possessed men. Then the whole town went out to meet Jesus, and when they
मैंने
saw him,
Iesu Kristo mobiu waterue. Ama minya sisine kuturiane. Tenta Yesune dautere mi mie kuto Mose Abraham terere mi mie. Tenta Abraham terere tetabo dausa tu minyane Iesu Kristo mobiu waterue. Tenta ni minya sisine mene Abraham Isai diakwe Jekuraibo mokerobe brebo srae Tungune tamae tesome bame amnae nakasome samoe boae bo momune baka pobe momune kurum ijaye uto tokumamito dawe entia babo dautere tetabo isunyane botoma babetebo botomarino tore kutia buobo besa butia metom temenya si sine mene salmone ura solo mikro remie dia biae abiae asae bisuba jame usiae jotame asire isetiae manase amome josiae jekunyaibo mokerobe.
knowing their thoughts, Jesus said,
Why do you entertain evil thoughts in your hearts? Which is easier to say? Your sins are forgiven, or to say, get up and walk? But so that you may know that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins.
Then he said to the paralytic,
Get up. Take your mat and go home.
and the man got up and went home. When the crowd saw this, they were filled with awe, and they praised God who had given such authority to men. As Jesus went on from there, he saw a man named Matthew sitting at the tax collector's booth. Follow me, he told them. And Matthew got up and followed him.
ente ababo isuinyane botomari no butore kote abuobo besabo babeyo butiratom tere tetabo Yesu takiyato tom timinya sisine mene yekonyae searitie serubabe abime eriatie asuesae atie teriue ariasae matanue jakue jisue nta jisune waria mo wabie nta maria vanirbo kretue atramito Yesune takiyato.
But go and learn what this means. I desire mercy, not sacrifice. For I have not come to call the righteous, but sinners.
Then John's disciples came and asked him,
How is it that we and the Pharisees fast, but your disciples do not fast?
Jesus answered,
How can the guests of the bridegroom mourn while he is with them? The time will come when the bridegroom will be taken from them, and they will fast.
Enta Yesu mobilu waterune Abraham butumitom tere teta dawasa tumitom timenya titine Bible bilu butotiti menyae koto Yesu mobilu waterune ta butumitom tere tetabo isirinyane botomari no botoreko tebuobo botoma babe jobute besabutira menya titise Bible bilu butotiti menyae koto botoma babe jobute besa bitra mitom tere tetabo Iesu Kristo tatira tu mitom timenya titine Bible bilu butoti timenya Iesu Kristo tatira tu meyo nole metemae monu mariane mo wabisakwe ayaba yore sunu yabra mitone Yesue ente trantebo tonne babie manta titi nasa tiere barane mariane o wasabu ente tuntebo Maria o wasabune botomari no tomure dere so ngribobe enta Yesune Maria mo wabisakwe ayaba yore sunu yabra mitone yakurinya saintrami yune debata saintune ente tuntrebo nyane nanyora tiere yore sunu yabra mikurune karakwe ayaba nyowetune nyabo mariane mutora setrebe enta Yesune nimebrone tokuro krakuro ayaba nyonyo wentuobo mone kunorare bariune to kubumamito botumari no tomo ketiama mito kurbo Yesu trebo Yesua kone daumomrue kone bariate aba manta samni ankone ayabane minue menyo sakosre enta momi bakuyonte buto memine botumari no tonure dere somni tundibe enta mariane ni mokutomine tabianku enta kone minimine Yesu sinibi ne morbo moroi minya sobutine mesiaba irianku batrebe enta ente tumi bro ini titi titire tune ne botumari no tore yangare uatia yabu antumi torbo botumari no tore meju yatune mete tune.
and the woman was healed from that.
Moku mikrone kowasaba mokuto milkune kakiankwe kutu nimi misrini andane kimanwe aya andane imanwene Ibrahim nyaro yue nimi yune metemae botumari no butone rinke saba kikiri butune ama mese inti abonuo nisune osi abonuo mone tokubumamito botumari no tomo keti aimamito rebo motue yabu meyune otito itung enta mone mariati abonuo momanta samunitung ente tunche mariane nimimina takia tierrine isune maria saba na ente tiebe tetabo mariane owata kia bonuo isune nimi misi nitune Yesue ayabasi nitune.
News of this spread through all that region. As Jesus went on from there, two blind men followed him, calling out,
Have mercy on us, Son of David.
When he had gone indoors, asked them.
Do you believe that I am able to do this?
Yes, Lord.
They replied. Then he touched their eyes and said,
According to your faith will it be done to you.
and their sight was restored. Jesus warned them sternly.
See that no one knows about this.
But they went out and spread the news about him all over that region. While they were going out, a man who was demon-possessed and could not talk was brought to Jesus. And when the demon was driven out, the man who had been mute spoke. The crowd was amazed and said, "Nothing like this has ever been seen in Israel." But the Pharisees said, "It is by the prince of demons that he drives out demons." Jesus went through all the towns and villages, teaching in their synagogues, preaching the good news of the kingdom, and healing every disease and sickness. When he saw the crowds, he had compassion on them, because they were harassed and helpless, like sheep without a shepherd. Then he said to his disciples,
The harvest is plentiful.
मैंने Iesu Kristo mau biuaterue. Ama menyasisine uturiane. Kenta Yesu ne dautere mi kuto Mose Abraham tere mi enta Abraham tere tetabo dau satu menyane Yesu Kristo mau biuaterue. Kenta ne menyasisine mene Abraham Isae, Yakue, Yekuraebo, Mokero Bebebo, Sarae, Tomune, Tamae, Pesome Bame, Aminae, Nakasowe, Salmome Bae, Boa, Molune Daka, Obe, Molune, Urum Tijae, Kuto, Tokumamito, Dawe, Entia Babo, Dautre Tabo, Isunyane, Botoma, Baretebo, Botomarino Tore, Kutia Bobo, Besabitamitom Kemenya, Sine, Mene, Salomone, Uriason Mikuru Emie, Yabiae, Abiae, Asae, Yusubae, Jamne, Usiae, Yotame, Asie, Isetiae, Manase, Amowe, Josiae de Conyaebo, Mokerube.
and Thaddeus, Simon the Zealot, and Judas Iscariot, who betrayed him. These 12 Jesus sent out with the following instructions.
Do not go among the Gentiles, or enter any town of the Samaritans. Go rather to the lost sheep of Israel. As you go, preach this message. The kingdom of heaven is near. Heal the sick, raise the dead, cleanse those who have leprosy, drive out demons.
Entia Babo, Isruinyane, Otomarino, Torekutia Buobo, Besabo, Babe Yogute, Utiratom, Terete Tabo, Yesu Takiratutom, Timenya Sisine, Mene, Gikonyai, Searite, Serubabe, Abimiriatie, Asuesae, Atie, Eriue, Ariasae, Matane, Jacue, Yisue, Nta, Yisune Maria, Moabie, Nta Maria, Anerebo, Kritue, Atramito, Yesune, Takiriatu.
If the home is deserving, let your peace rest on it. If it is not, let your peace return to you.
Nta, Yesu mau birua terune. Abraham butumitom tere teta, dawe satu mitom temenya titine, baibu, biru butoti timenyae koto Iesu mo biru waterune da butumetom tere tatabo isrunyane botoma no butore ko tebu obo botoma babe do bute besa butira menyati tise bebu biru butoti timenyae koto botoma babe do bute besa butira metom tere tatabo Iesu Kristo takira tu metom temenyati tine bebu biru butoti timenyae Iesu Kristo takira tu meyu none metemae monu mariane mo wabisakwe ayaba yoresunu yabra mitane jisue ente trantubo tonne wabie mantae titi nasa piere barane mariane o wasabu ente tuntubo maria o wasabne botomari no tonure dere somuni bobe enta jisune maria mo wabisakwe ayaba yoresunu yabra mitone yakuri nyare saintrami yone de bata saintune ente tuntrebo nyane nanyo gratiere yoresunu yabra mi kurune krakwe ayaba nyowetune nyarbo mariane mutora se trebe enta jisune ni me brone ro kuro kra kuro ayaba nyo wentuobo more kunoare bariune to kubuma mito botumari no tomo ke ya mami to ro kurbo jisu trebo jisua kone da umomurwe kone mariati aba manta samni an kone ayaba ne minwe me nyo sa ko sebe enta mo mi boku yonte buto me mine botumari no tonure dere so muni tu nibe enta mariane mi mo kuto mine tabian kwe enta kone ni mine yeso si ni bie ne morbo moro minya so tine mesiaba yang kue batre enta ente tu mimbro ini titire tune ne botumari no tore yai bare uatia yabu antumi torbo botumari no tore meju ya tune mete tune moku mikrune o wasaba mokuto mirkune kaki yang kue kuto ni me sini anda le rimanwe aya enda le rimanwe ne brani miaru yue ni me yune mete mae botumari no butone inte saba ikiri butune ama misi enti abonu yisune ose abonu mone to kubuma mito botumari no to mo ke tiai mami torbo mo tue yabu me yune o tito itu enta mone mariati abonu mo manta samuni tu ente tunche mariane ni me minata kria terrene yisune maria saba nante tiebe tetabo mariane o wata kria abonu yisune ni me misi ni tune yesue ayaba si ni tune.
Are not two sparrows sold for a penny? Yet not one of them will fall to the ground apart from the will of your Father, and even the very hairs of your head are all numbered. So don't be afraid. You are worth more than many sparrows. Whoever acknowledges me before men, I will also acknowledge him before my Father in heaven. But whoever disowns me before men, I will disown him before my Father in heaven. Do not suppose that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to turn a man against his father, a daughter against her mother, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies will be the members of his own household. Anyone who loves his father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Anyone who loves his son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And anyone who does not take his cross and follow me is not worthy of me. Whoever finds his life will lose it. And whoever loses his life for my sake will find it. He who receives you receives me. And he who receives me receives the one who sent me. Anyone who receives a prophet because he is a prophet will receive a prophet's reward. And anyone who receives a righteous man because he is a righteous man will receive a righteous man's reward. And if anyone gives even
Mene Yesu Kristo mo biu waterwe ama minyasi sine uturiane enta Yesu ne dautrere mi mie kuto Mose Abraham trere mi mie enta Abraham trere tetabo dau satu minyane Yesu Kristo mo biu waterwe enta ni minyasi sine mene Abraham Isai dakwe dekulabo kokerbe bebo srae tonune tamare pesawe dame amnae nakasowe samowe boe bo momune daka obe momune kurung Isai kuto tokbumanito dawe enti ababo dawo tere tetabo isrinyane botoma babetbo botoma notore kuti abu obo besabitira metom temenya sine mene saro mone kuria sol mikro rememie dia abia asai bisubai yo amne uchiai yo tame asie isetia manase amowe yo sia de konyaibo mokeruge.
His disciples were leaving, Jesus began to speak to the crowd about John.
What did you go out into the desert to see? A reed swayed by the wind? If not, what did you go out to see? A man dressed in fine clothes? No, those who wear fine clothes are in king's palaces.
Enti ababo isrunyane botomarino tore kuti abu obo besabo babe yo butiratom tere tetabo Yesu takira totom temenya sisine mene lekonya siaritie serubabe abime eriyatie asuesawe akie eriwe ariasae matane jakwe disue nta disune maria boabie nta maria banirebo keretue atramito Yesune takiratung.
For all the prophets in the law prophesied until John. And if you are willing to
Enta Yesu mobilu waterune Abraham butuh metom tere teta dawe satu metom temenya titine bebu bilu buto titimenya koto Yesu mobilu waterune daw butuh metom tere tetabo isrunya ne botomari no butore ko tebu obo botoma babe jobute besa butira menya titise bebu bilu buto titimenya koto botoma babe jobute besa butira metom tere tetabo Yesu Kristo tatira tu metom temenya titine bebu bilu buto titimenya Yesu Kristo tak ya tu meyu none metamae monu mariane mo wabisakwe ayaba yore sunu yabra mitone Yesue ente tantibo tone wabi manta titi na satiare barane mariane o wasabu ente tuntebo maria o wasabune botomari no tonure dere suamune dibu enta isune maria mo wabisakwe ayaba yore sunu yabra mitone yakuri nyare saintrami yune debata saintone ente tuntrebo nyane nanyo waratiare yore sunu yabra mi kurune trakwe ayaba nyowetune nyabo mariane mutora setebe enta disune nini brone bo kuru karakubo ayaba nyonyo wentuobo mone kumo arre bariune to kuma mito botumari no to mobitia na mito kurubo disutrebo disua kone dau momrue kone maria tiaba manta samuni ankone ayabane minueme nyoesa kosbe enta momi boku yonke buto memine botumari no to nure dere so muni tungibe enta mariane mimo kutomine tapiankue nta kone inimine Yesus sinibie nye morbo moroi minya sobitine mesaba iyanku batrebe
repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes.
nta ente tumebo ini titire tume nebo tumari no butore yaena rebuatia nyabu antumi torebo botumari no butore me yu yatune mete tune moku mikrune koasaba moku to mirkune takiankue kutu nimeme sini andane imanwe aya andane imanwe ne ibrani miaro yue neme yune metemae bot mario butone rinte saba kikiri butune ama mesi
In Sodom, it would have remained to this day.
inti abonuo yijune ose abonuo mone tokubuma mito botmari no tomo ke kiaima mitorbo mo tue yabu miyune otito etu enta mone mariati abonuo mo manta samunitu ente tungche Maria ne nimimina takia tierrena Iesu ne Maria saba nante tiebe tetabo Maria ne owa takia bonuo Iesu ne nimi misi nitune Yesue ayaba si nitune.
To little children. Yes, Father, for this was your good pleasure. All things have been committed to me by my Father. No one knows the Son except the Father, and no one knows the Father except the Son, and those to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light.
Mene Iesu Kristo mobiu waterue ama menyasi sine uturiane enta Yesu ne da utere mi mie koto Mose Abraham tere mi mie enta Abraham tere tetabo da usatu minyane Iesu Kristo mobiu waterue enta mimi nyasi sine Mene Abraham ne Isaac Yahweh Yekulaibo Mokele Bebo Srai Tomune Amaye Tesrome Dame Aminae Nakasome Samoe Boy Bo Momune Naka Obe Momune Kurung Isaac Koto Tokumamito Dawe Entia Babo Dautere Tetabo Isrinyane Botoma Babetebo Botomari Notore Kutia Bobo Besabuti Amitom Temenya Sine Mene Salmon Sermone Uriasor Mikurune Mie Dia Abiae Asae Yusuba Joame Usiae Jotame Ase Isetiae Banase Amowe Dosiae Kunyaibo Mokerume.
The priests in the temple desecrate the day and yet are innocent. I tell you that one greater than the temple is here. If you had known what these words mean, I desire mercy, not sacrifice, you would not have condemned the innocent. For the Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath.
Going on from that place, he went into their synagogue, and a man with a shriveled hand was there. Looking for a reason to accuse Jesus, they asked him,
Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath?
Entia Babo Isirunyane Otomari Notore Kutia Bobo Besabo Bame Jobute Butiratom Tere Tetabo Yesu Takia Tutom Temenya Sine Mene Yekunyae Siaritie Selbame Abime Eriyakie Asme Sarai Akie Eriwe Ariasai Matanie Jakue Jisue Nta Jisune Maria Mowabie Nta Maria Anirebo Kritue Atramito Yesune Takiratung.
Then he said to the man,
Stretch out your hand.
so he stretched it out, and it was completely
Enta Yesu mobiu watirune Abraham butu mitom trire teta dawe satu mitom teminya titine Baibu biru buto titi menyae koto Yesu mo biru waterune da ubutu metom trere tetabo isruinyane botomari no butore kutebo abo botoma babe dobute besa butira menya titise baibu biru buto titi menyae koto botoma babe dobute besa butira metom trere tetabo Iesu Kristo atira tumetom temenya titine baibu biru buto titi menyae Iesu Kristo takria tomeyo non le mete mai monu mariane mo abisakwe ayaba yore sino yabra metone Yesue ente trantebo tone wabie manta titi nasatere bargane mariane o wasabu ente tuntebo maria kuasabune botomari no butonwe dere so muri ribu enta Yesune maria mo wabisakwe ayaba yore sino yabra metone yakurinya sa intrami yone debata sa intwe ente tuntrebo nyane na nyora tiere yore sino yabra mikrone krakwe ayaba nyowetune nyalbo mariane mutora se trebe enta Yesune ni me brone lo kuro krakuro ayaba nyonyo wentuobo mone kumo arre mariune to kuma mito botomari no to mo ke tiama mito bukurebo Yesu trebo Yesua kone da umomru kone maria tiaba manta samuni ankone ayabane niwone nyosa kosome enta mo me boku yonte kuto me mine botomari no to nure bere so muni tunibe enta mariane ni mo kuto mine tabi ankue enta kone ni me mine Yesu si ni bie ne mobo moro ni nya so tine me siaba irang ko ba terebe enta ente tu me bro ini titire tu me ne botomari no tore jainare uatia yabu antumi torebo botomari no tore me ju ya tu ne mete tu ne boku mikrune o wasaba mokuto me kune takiang kue kuto ne me mesi ni anda ne kimanwe aya anda ne imanwe ne ibrani miaro yue ne me yune mete mae botomari no tone inte saba kikiri butune ama mesi ente abonuo Yesune o se abonuo mone to kubuma mito botomari no buto mo ke tai mami torbo mo tu e yabu mi yune o ti to itu nta mone maria te abonuo mo manta samunitu ente tunse mariane ni mimina ta kia tierine Yesune maria saba na ante tiebe tetabo mariane o wata kia abonuo Yesune ni mimisi ni tune Yesue ayaba si ni tune
If Satan drives out Satan, he is divided against himself. How then can his kingdom stand? And if I drive out demons by Beelzebub, by whom do your people drive them out? So then they will be your judges. But if I drive out demons by the Spirit of God, then the kingdom of God has come upon you. Or again, how can anyone enter a strong man's house and carry off his possessions unless he first ties up the strong man? Then he can rob his house. He who is not with me is against me. And he who does not gather with me scatters. And so I tell you, every sin and blasphemy will be forgiven men. But the blasphemy against the Spirit will not be forgiven. Anyone who speaks a word against the Son of Man will be forgiven. But anyone who speaks against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven, either in this age or in the age to come. Make a tree good, and its fruit will be good. Or make a tree bad, and its fruit will be bad. For a tree is recognized by its fruit. You brood of vipers. How can you who are evil say anything good? of the overflow of the heart, the mouth speaks. The good man brings good things out of the good stored up in him, and the evil man brings evil things out of the evil stored up in him. But I tell you that men will have to give account on the day of judgment for every careless word they have spoken. For by your words you will be acquitted, and by your words you will be condemned.
Then some of the Pharisees and teachers of the law said to him,
Teacher, we want to see a miraculous sign from you.
He answered,
A wicked and adulterous generation asks for a miraculous sign, but none will be given it, except the sign of the prophet Jonah. For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of a huge fish, so the Son of Man will be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. The men of Nineveh will stand up at the judgment with this generation and condemn it, for they repented at the preaching of Jonah. And now one greater than Jonah is here. The Queen of the South will rise at the judgment with this generation and condemn it. For she came from the ends of the earth to listen to Solomon's wisdom. And now one greater than Solomon is here. When an evil spirit comes out of a man, it goes through arid places seeking rest and does not find it. Then it says, I will return to the house I left. When it arrives, it finds the house unoccupied, swept clean, and put in order. Then it goes and takes with it 7 other spirits more wicked than itself, and they go in and live there. And the final condition of that man is worse than the first. That is how it will be with this wicked generation.
While Jesus was still talking to the crowd, his mother and brothers stood outside, wanting to speak to him. Someone told him,
Your mother and brothers are standing outside, wanting to speak to you.
He replied to him,
Who is my mother and who are my brothers?
Pointing to his disciples, he said,
Here are my mother and my brothers. For
मैंने Iesu Kristo mau biru aterue. Ama minya sisine kuturian. Enta Yesu ne dautere mi kuto Mose Abraham tere mi enta Abraham tere tetabo dau satu minyane Iesu Kristo mau biru aterue. Enta ni minya sisine mene Abraham Isai Jakwe Dekurabo Mokerbe Brebo Sarai Tonune Tamae Kesowe Dame Aminarai Naka Sowe Sarmowe Boy Bo Momune Naka Owe Momune Krum Isai Oto Tokumamito Dawe Antia Babo Dautre Tetabo Isrinyane Botoma Babetebo Botomari Notore Kotia Buobo Besabitra Mitom Timenya Sisine Mene Salmone Uriasol Mikureme Mie Ne Abiai Asai Yusubai Yorame Kusiai Yotame Asie Isetia Manase Amowe Josiae Yikunyaibo Mokerube.
Because the soil was shallow. But when the sun came up, the plants were scorched and they withered, because they had no root. Other seed fell among thorns, which grew up and choked the plants. Still other seed fell on good soil, where it produced a crop 100, 60, or 30 times what was sown. He who has ears, let him hear.
Ente ababo. Isiru nyane. Botumari no torekuite abu abo. Besabo babe yo bute. Butirato mutere tetabo. Yesu takira tuto mutemenya sisine. Mene ye kunyae siaritie serubabe. Avime eriatie. Aswe saroe. Akie. Eriue. Ariasa. Matane. Yakwe. Isue. Nta. Yisune Maria Mowabiye. Nta Maria Kanerebo. Keritue. Atramito. Yesune. Takiatung.
This is why I speak to them in parables. Though seeing, they do not see.
Though hearing, they do not hear or understand. In them was fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah.
You will be ever hearing, but never understanding. You will be ever seeing, but never perceiving.
Enta. Yesu mobiu waterune. Abraham. Butumitom tere teta. Dawe satu mitom timenya titine. Baibu. Biru buto titimenya. Koto. Yesu mo biru waterune. Daw butumitom tere tetabo. Isrunya ne. Botomari no butore kutibo bo. Botoma babe diobite. Besa butira minya titise. Baibu. Biru buto titimenya. Koto. Botoma babe diobite. Besa butira mitom tere tetabo. Iesu Kristo tatira tumitom timenya titine. Baibu. Biru buto titimenya. Iesu Kristo takira tumeyu. None metemae. Monu mariane. Mo wabisa kue. Ayaba. Yurisunu yabramito ne disue. Ente trantebo. Tone wabie bantai titi. Nasa tiarere. Barnane. Mariane. O wasabuo. Ente tuntebo. Maria. O wasabune. Botumari no butanure. Dere suamuneri buobe. Enta. Yusune. Maria bo wabisa kue. Ayaba. Yurisunu yabramito ne. Yakuri nyare sain tramejune. Debata sain tune. Ente tuntrebo. Nyane. Nanyo waratiere. Yurisunu yabrami kurune. Karakwe. Ayaba. Nyowetune. Yabo. Mariane. Mutora setrebe. Enta. Yusune mimebrone to kurou. Karakurou. Ayaba. Nyo wetuobo. Mone. Uno arre bariune. To kumamito. Botumari no to moke chai mamito bukurebo. Yisu trebo. Yisu akone. Da umomrue. Kone bariati aba. Manta. Samuni angkone. Ayabane. Minueme. Nyo esakosebe. Enta. Mome bokuyonte. Bito mimine. Botumari no tonure. Dere suamuni tundine. Enta mariane. Mimo kutomine. Tabirankue. Enta kone. Inimine. Yesu si inidie. Ne morbo. Moroi minya sobtine mesiaba. Irankue batebe. Enta. Ente tume bro. Ini titi. Titire tune. Ne botumari no tore. Yae bare buatia yabu. Antume torbo. Botumari no tore meju. Yatune. Mete tune. Mokume kurune. Kowasaba. Mokuto. Mirkune. Tabirankue. Kutu. Nime mesi ni andane rimanwe. Aya indane rimanwe ibrani mearu yue. Nime yune mete mae. Botumari no butone. Rinke saba. Tikiri butune. Amamis. Ente abonuo. Yisune. Ose abonuo. Mone. Tokubumamito. Botumari no butomo kete amamito rebo. Mo tue yabu meyune. Otito etung. Enta mone. Mariati abonuo. Mo manta samunitu. Ente tunche. Mariane. Nimi minata kiaterine. Yisune Maria saba. Nante tiebe. Tetabo. Mariane. Uwata kiabonuo. Yisune nimi misini tune Yesue. Ayaba sini tune.
In your field? Where then did the weeds come from?
An enemy did this, he replied. The servants asked him,
Do you want us to go and pull them up?
No, he answered. Because while you are pulling the weeds, you may root up the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest. At that time I will tell the harvesters, first collect the weeds and tie them in bundles to be burned. Then gather the wheat and bring it into my barn.
He told them another parable.
The kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed, which a man took and planted in his field. Though it is the smallest of all your seeds, yet when it grows, it is the largest of garden plants and becomes a tree so that the birds of the air come and perch in its branches.
He told them still another parable.
The kingdom of heaven is like yeast that a woman took and mixed into a large amount of flour until it worked all through the dough.
Jesus spoke all these things to the crowd in parables. He did not say anything to them without using a parable. So was fulfilled what was spoken through the prophet. I will open my mouth in parables. I will utter things hidden since the creation of the world. Then he left the crowd and went into the house. His disciples came to him and said,
Explain to us the parable of the weeds in the field.
He answered,
The one who sowed the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world. And the good seed stands for the sons of the kingdom. The weeds are the sons of the evil one. And the enemy who sows them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the age. And the harvesters are angels. As the weeds are pulled up and burned in the fire, so it will be at the end of the age. The Son of Man will send out his angels, and they will weed out of his kingdom everything that causes sin and all who do evil. And they will throw them into the fiery furnace where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Then the righteous will shine like the sun in the kingdom of their Father. He who has ears, let him hear. The kingdom of heaven is like treasure hidden in a field. When a man found it, he hid it again. And then in his joy, sold all he had and bought that field. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant looking for fine pearls. When he found one of great value, he went away and sold everything he had and bought it. Once again, the kingdom of heaven is like a net that was let down into the lake and caught all kinds of fish. When it was full, the fishermen pulled it up on the shore, and they sat down and collected the good fish in baskets, but threw the bad away. This is how it will be at the end of the age. The angels will come and separate the wicked from the righteous and throw them into the fiery furnace where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Have you understood all these things?
Jesus asked.
Yes.
They replied, He said to them,
Therefore, every teacher of the law who has been instructed about the kingdom of heaven is like the owner of a house who brings out of his storeroom new treasures as well as old.
When Jesus had finished these parables, he moved on from there. Coming to his hometown, he began teaching the people in their synagogue, and they were amazed.
Where did this man get this wisdom and these miraculous powers?
They asked,
Isn't this the carpenter's son?
Isn't his mother's name Mary? And aren't his brothers James, Joseph, Simon, and Judas?
Aren't all his sisters with us? Where then did this man get all these things?
and they took offense at him. But Jesus said to them,
Only in his hometown and in his own house is a prophet without honor.
Mene, Iesu Kristo mo biwa terue. Ama minya sisine kuturiane. Enta Iesu ne dautere mi mie kuto Mose Abraham tere mi mie. Enta Abraham tere tetabo dau satu minyane Iesu Kristo mo biwa terue. Enta ni minya sisine Mene Abraham ne Isaac Yahweh Yekurabo Pokerobe Brebo Srae Tomune Tamare Eseowe Dame Aminae Nakasowe Sarmowe Bae Ba Momune Daka Obe Momuna Kurum Isae Koto Tokumanito Dawe Entia Babo Dau Tere Tabo Isunyane Botoma bà bê tê bò bò tôm mari nọ tò nè cô tia bùa bò bê sa bùi tia mê tòm tê mê nhà xì nè mê nè sao mò nè u ya son mê cô rê mê mê bia bia a sai Iesu bai yo nè u sai yo tam nè a xie Iesu tia man nè a mò mê yo xì ai yo con nhà bò mò kê rô bê.
On Herod's birthday, the daughter of Herodias danced for them and pleased Herod so much that he promised with an oath to give her whatever she asked. Prompted by her mother, she said,
Give me here on a platter the head of John the Baptist.
Anh tia ba bò Iesu nhà nè bò tôm mari nọ bù tò rê cô tia bùa bò bê sa bò bà bê yo bùi tira tòm tê rê tê ta bò Iesu ta tira tô tòm tê mê nhà xì nè mê nè dê bòm nhà xia rì tìa sê rù bà bê a binh bê eri a tìa ca sư sa rò a tìa eri uè aria sa ma ta nè ya quê Iesu nè ta Iesu nè Maria bò ua bìa ta Maria a nè bò Creto a tramito Iesu nè a tira tô.
when Jesus heard what had happened, he withdrew by boat privately to a solitary place. Hearing of this, the crowds followed him on foot from the towns. When Jesus landed and saw a large crowd, he had compassion on them and healed their sick.
Enta Iesu mo biru wateru nè Abraham butu mitom terere teta dawa sa tumitom timinya titine bebu biru buto titiminya koto Iesu mo biru wateru nè daw butu mitom terere teta bo Iesu nè botomari no butore ko tebo obo botoma babe yo bute besa butira minya titise bebu biru buto titiminya koto botoma babe yo bute besa butira mitom terere tetabo Iesu Kristo katila du mitom temenya titine bebu biru buto titimenya Iesu Kristo takia to meyo none metemae monu mariane mo wabisakwe ayaba yuresunu yabra mitone jisue intetrantebo tone wabie mantai titi nasa terre barane mariane o wasabuo ente tuntibo Maria o wasabune botumari no butonure dere sonune ribuo pe.
And he directed the people to sit down on the grass.
Enta Yisune Maria bo wabisakwe ayaba yoresro yabramitone yakuri nyare saintrami yune debata saintone ente tuntrebo nyane nanyora tierre yoresro yabrami kurune karakwe ayaba nyowotune nyarbo mariane mutora setrebe enta Yisune nime borone bo kurau kara kurau Ayaba nyonyowen tuobo. Mone kumoarere bariune to kubumamito. Botumarino to mo kechanmamito bokurebo. Yisu trebo. Yisua kone dau momurue. Kone Maria tiaba manta sa muni angkone. Ayabane minuame nyoresa kosube. Enta momi bokuyonte buto memine botumarino butonure dere suamuni tunibe. Enta Mariane mimoku tomine takriankue. Enta kone nimimine Yesusi inibie. Ne morbo moroi minyaso bitine mesiaba yankue batrebe. Enta ente tume bro yini titire tume ne botmarino tore yae bare uatea yabu antumi torbo botmarino tore meyu yatune mete tume moku mikrune awa saba mokuto mirukune takyankue kuto nememesini andane imanwe ayandane imanwe ibrani mearo yue nemeyune metemae Botmarino butone jinke saba kikiri butune. Amamisi.
When evening came, he was there alone.
Inti abonuo. Yisune. Ose abonuo. Mone. Tokubumamito. Botmarino buto mo ketiamamito bo. Mo tue yabumiyune. Otito etung. Enta mone. Mariati abonuo. Mo manta samnitu. Ente tuse Mariane nimimina takia terine Yisune Maria saba nante tiebe tetabo. Mariane o watakia bonuo. Yisune nimimisi nitune Yesue ayaba si nitune.
They said, and cried out in fear. Jesus immediately said to them,
Take courage, it is I! Don't be afraid!
Lord! If it is you,
Peter replied,
tell me to come to you on the water!
Come!
he said. Then Peter got down out of the boat, walked on the water, and came toward Jesus. But when he saw the wind, he was afraid. And beginning to sink, cried out,
Lord, save me!
Immediately Jesus reached out his hand and caught him.
Oh! You have little faith!
He said,
Why did you doubt?
and when they climbed into the boat, the wind died down. And those who were in the boat worshipped him, saying,
Truly, you are the Son of God.
When they had crossed over, they landed at Gennesaret. And when the men of that place recognized Jesus, they sent word to all the surrounding country. People brought all their sick to him. and begged him to let the sick just touch the edge of his cloak. And all who touched him were healed.
Mene Iesu Kristo mobil waterue. Amami nyasi sine kutoriane. Enta Yesune dautere mi mie kutomose Abraham tere mi mie. Enta Abraham tere tetabo dau satu minyane. Iesu Kristo mobil waterue. Enta nimi nyasi sine. Mene Abraham Isai Yahweh de curabo mokerube brebo sarae. Tonune tamae tresowe dame. Aminarae nakasowe semowe boa. Monune daka obe monune brum Isai kuto tokumamito dawe. Enti ababo dautere tetabo. Isrunyane botoma babetebo botomari nobitore. Kouti abuobo besa butiramito temenya sine. Mene Salomone uya son mikuro remebie dia abiai asae Yisubae yorame usiae yotame asie isetiae manase amowe yosiae di kunyaebo mokerume.
You hypocrites. Isaiah was right when he prophesied about you. These people honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. They worship me in vain. Their teachings are but rules taught by men.
Jesus called the crowd to him and said,
Listen and understand. What goes into a man's mouth does not make him unclean. But what comes out of his mouth, that is what makes him unclean.
Enti ababo isrunyane botomari nobitore kouti abuobo besabo babe yobute butiratom tere tetabo. Yesu takiriatu tom timinya sisine mene yekonya siarite serubabe abime eriatie aswesare atie eriwe ariase matane yakwe Yesue nta Yesune Maria mowabie nta Maria banginebo Kritoe atramito Yesune takiriatu nta Yesu mobiru waterune Abraham butu mitom tere teta dawe satu mitom timinya titine baibu biru buto timinyae puto Yesu mobiru waterune dawe butu mitom tere tetabo isrunyane botomari nobitore kutebo obo botoma babe dobute besa butira minyati kise bebu bilu buto titi minyae koto botoma babe dobute besa butira mitom tere tetabo Yesu Kristo takiratu mitom timinyati tine bebu bilu buto titi minyae Yesu Kristo takiratu meyu none metemae monu mariane mo wabisakwe ayaba yore su yabra mitone Yesune ente trantebo tone wabie mantai titi nasatiare banane mariane o wasabu ente tuntebo Maria o wasabune botomari no tonure dere so muniri bobe enta Yesune Maria mo wabisakwe ayaba yore sunu yabra mitone yakuri nyare salintami yune de bata santune ente tuntrebo nyane nano waratiere yore sunu yabra mikrone trakwe ayaba nyowatune nyabo mariane mutora setrebe enta Yesune nimibrone dokuro krakuro ayaba nyonyo wentuobo mole kunoare bariune to kubumamito botomari no to mo ke mamito kurebo Yesu trebo Yesua kone dao momrue kone mariati aba manta samuni ankone ayabane minuma mekyo sako sebe enta bome boku yonte buto menine botomari no tonuri dere so muni tundibe enta mariane mimo kutomine tabiankue enta kone ne mimine Yesusi inibie ne morbo moro minya sobitine mesiaba iyankue batebe enta ente tumi bro ini titire tune ne botomari no tore jai buatia nyabu antumi torbo botomari no tore meju yatune mete tune moku mikrune ko wasaba mokuto miukune kakiankue kuto nimi mesirini aindane himanwe aya aindane himanwe ibrani miaro yue nimi yune metemae botomari no butone kinke saba kikiri butune ama mes enti abonuo Yesune ose abonuo mone to kubumamito botomari no butomo ke tiai mamito orbo mo tue yabu miyune Otito Intamone, Maria Tia Bonuo, Momanta Tamunitum, Entetunse, Mariane, Nimimina Takiatirine, Isune Maria Esaba, Nande Tiebe, Tetabo, Mariane, Owata Tiabonuo, Isune Nimisinitune, Jesue, Ayaba Sinitune.
Your request is granted.
And her daughter was healed from that very hour. Jesus left there and went along the Sea of Galilee. Then he went up on a mountainside and sat down. Great crowds came to him, bringing the lame, the blind, the crippled, the mute, and many others, and laid them at his feet, and he healed them. The people were amazed when they saw the mute speaking, the crippled made well, the lame walking, and the blind seeing, and they praised the God of Israel. Jesus called his disciples to him and said,
I have compassion for these people. They have already been with me 3 days and have nothing to eat. I do not want to send them away hungry, for they may collapse on the way.
His disciples answered,
Where could we find enough bread in such a remote place to feed such a crowd?
How many loaves do you have?
Jesus asked.
7.
They replied,
And a few small fish.
He told the crowd to sit down on the ground. Then he took the 7 loaves and the fish, and when he had given thanks, he broke them and gave them to the disciples, and they in turn to the people. They all ate and were satisfied. Afterwards, the disciples picked up 7 basketfuls of broken pieces that were left over. The number of those who ate was 4,000, besides women and children.
Mene, Iesu Kristo mo biru waterue, ama menyasi sine kuturiane, enta Yesune, dautere mi, mie, kuto mose, Abraham tere mi, mie venta, Abraham tere tetabo, tau satu menyane, Iesu Kristo mo biru waterue, enta ni menyasi sine, mene, Abraham ne, Isa diakwe, jekurabo, mokerbe, brebo, Srae, Tomune, Tamare, Kasome, Dame, Aminarai, Nakasome, Samome, Boae, O, Monune, Daka, Obe, Monune, Kurum, Isaye, Kuto, Tokumamito, Dawe, Entia Babo, Dautrete Tabo, Islunyane, Botoma, Babetebo, Botomari Notore, Kutia Buobo, Besabitamitom, Timina, Sine, Mene, Salmone, Viator Micromie, Dia Abiae, Asae, Jisubai, Yorame, Usiae, Yotame, Ase, Isetiae, Manase, Amove, Josiah de Cunyabo, Moperube.
Jesus then left them and went away. When they went across the lake, the disciples forgot to take bread.
Be careful.
Jesus said to them,
Be on your guard against the yeast of the Pharisees and Sadducees.
They discussed this among themselves and said, "It is because we didn't bring any bread." Aware of their discussion, Jesus asked,
You of little faith, why are you talking among yourselves about having no bread? Do you still not understand? Don't you remember the 5 loaves for the 5,000 and how many basketfuls you gathered?
Ntia babo. Isruinyane. Botomarino butori kulti abuobo. Besabo. Bame yo bute. Butiratom trere tetabo. Yesu takiratom temenya sisine. Mene. Yekonyae. Searitie. Seubame. Abime. Eriatie. Asuesae batie. Eyue. Ariasae. Matane. Yakwe. Disue. Nta. Disune Maria Moabie. Nta Maria Anirebo. Kenitue. Atramito. Yesune. Takyatung.
When Jesus came to the region of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples,
Who do people say the Son of Man is?
They replied,
Some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, and still others, Jeremiah or one of the prophets.
Well, what about you?
he asked.
Nta. Yesu mobiju waterune. Abraham butu mitom trere teta. Dawe satu mitom temenya titine. Bebu. Biubo toti timenyae. Koto. Yesu mobiru waterune. Da butu mitom trere tetabo. Isruinyane. Botomari no butori kultebo obo. Botoma babe. Jo bute. Besa butira menyati tise. Bebu. Biubo toti timenyae. Koto. Botoma bare dobute besa butira netom trere tetabo Iesu Kristo tatia tumetom temenya titine bebu bilu buto titi menyae Iesu Kristo tatia tumeyu none metemae monu variane mo wabisakwe ayaba yuresunu yabramita ne disme ente trantebo tone wabie manta titi nasatere barane mariane o sabu ente tuntebo maria o wasabune Botomari no butonure dere suamuneri buobe. Enta, Yisune, Maria, mo wabisa kwe bayaba, yurisunu yabamitone, yakurinya saintrami, yune, debata saintune, ente tuntrebo. Nyane, nanyora tiere, yurisunu yabrami, kurune, krakwe, ayaba, nyowetune, nyarbo, Mariane, mutora setrebe. Enta, Yisune, ninibrone bokuro, krakuro. Ayaba, nyowentuobo, mone, kunoari bariune, tokubumamito, botomari no tomo que te mamito bukurbo, Yisu trebo, Yisua, pone. Daumo murue, kone mariate aba, manta, sabuni angone. Ayabane, minume, nyosa kosebe, enta, momi boku yonke, buto memine, botomari no tonure, de resuamuni tundebe, enta mariane, mi moku tomine, kabiangwe, enta kone, inimine, yesusi inibie, ne morbo, moro iminya sobtine mesiaba, iyangwe bate, enta, ente tumi bro, ini titi, itire tume, ne botomari no butore, yagare, guatia yabu, antumi torbo, botomari no butore meju, yatune, metetune, mokuni krone, Kuasaba mokuto miukune takirankwe kutu neme sirini andane himanwe aya andane himanwe ibrani miaro yue neme yune metmae botmari no butone kinke saba kikirki butule ama mesi enti abonuo yisune ose abonuo mone tokubu mami tok botmari no butomo ke tian mami torbo mo tue yabu meyune Otito itu, inta mone, Maria tia bonuo, mo manta samunitung, ente tungse Mariane, yemi mina takia tierrinde, isune Maria esaba, nante tiebe, tetabo, Mariane, o watakia bonuo, isune ni mimi si ini tune, Yesue, ayaba si ini tune.
What good will it be for a man if he gains the whole world, yet forfeits his soul? Or what can a man give in exchange for his soul? For the Son of Man is going to come in his Father's glory with his angels, and then he will reward each person according to what he has done. I tell you the truth. Some who are standing here will not taste see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Mene, Iesu Kristo, mo biru waterue. Ama me nyasi sine, kuturiane. Enta, Iesu ne, ta utere, mi, mie, kutu, mose, Abraham tere, mie, tenta, Abraham tere, tetabo, ta usatu minyane, Iesu Kristo, mo biru waterue. Enta, nimi nyasi sine, mene, Abraham, Isae, Jacob, Decurabo, Mokerbe Brebo, Sarae, Tonune, Tamae, Asrome Dame, Aminae, Nakasome, Samome Boae, Boa, Momune, Naka, Obe Momune Burum, Ijaye, Koto, Tokumamito, Dawe, Antiababo, Dautere Tabo, Isrinyane, Botoma, Babetebo, Botomari Notori, Kote Abuabo, Besabitiamitom Timenya, Sine, Mene, Saromone, Uriason Micromie, Abiae, Asae, Disubae, Yorame, Musiae, Yotame, Asie, Isetiae, Manase, Amome, Josiae, Yekunyae Bo, Mokerube.
And one for Elijah.
While he was still speaking, a bright cloud enveloped them, and a voice from the cloud said, "This is my Son, whom I love. With him I am well pleased. Listen to him." When the disciples heard this, they fell face down to the ground, terrified. But Jesus came and touched them.
Get up.
He said,
Don't be afraid.
when they looked up, they saw no one except Jesus. As they were coming down the mountain, Jesus instructed them, "Don't tell anyone what you have seen until the Son of Man
Antiababo, Isiruinyane, Botomarino, Vitore Kote Abuobo, Besabo, Mare Yobute, Butirato, Mutere Tetabo, Yesu Takirato, Mutemenya Sisine, Mene Vikunya Siaritie, Serubambe, Abimre, Eriakie, Asuesarae, Akie Veriue, Ariasa, Matane, Yakue, Kisue, Nta, Jisune Maria, Moabie, Nta, Maria, Anerebo, Tretue, Atamito, Yesune, Takiatu.
Then the disciples understood that he was talking to them about John the Baptist. When they came to the crowd, a man approached Jesus and knelt before him.
Lord,
He said,
have mercy on my son. He has seizures and is suffering greatly. He often falls into the fire or into the water. I brought him to your disciples, but they could not heal him.
Enta, Yesu mobilu waterune. Abraham, butu mitom, tere teta, dawe satu mitom, timenya titine. Bebu, biu buto titimenya Koto, Yesu mobilu waterune. Dau butu mitom, tere tetabo. Isruinyane, botomari no butore kutebu obo. Botoma, babe, jobute. Besa butira minya titise. Bebu, biu buto titimenya Koto, botoma, babe, jobute. Besa butira mitom tere tetabo. Yesu Kristo tatira tu mitom temenya titine. Bebu ilu buto titimenya Yesu Kristo takia to meyu none. Metemae monu Mariane mo abisakwe. Ayaba yoresuno yabra mitane isune. Ente trantbo. Tone wabie mantai titi. Na satere barane Mariane. owasabu ente tuntebo Maria owasabune botumarino tonure deresonuneri buobe enta yisune Maria mo wabisakwe ayaba yoresno yabramitane yaburi nyare santrami yune debata santune ente tuntrebu nyane nanyo gratiere yoresno yabrami kurune krakwe ayaba nyowetune nyarbo Mariane mutora setrebe enta yisune nimibrone brokuro krakuro ayaba nyonyo wentuobo mone kuno arre bariune to kumamito botumarino buto moketi ay mamito rukurebo yisu trebo yisua kone da momrue kone Maria tiaba manta samuni ankone ayabane minue me yosa kosme enta mome bokuyonte buto me mine botumarino buto nure dere so muni tundeme enta Mariane ni mokuto mine tabianku enta kone ni mine yeso si ni bie ne morbo moroi minya so butine me siaba iyanku ba trebe enta ente tu me bro ini titire tu me ne botumarino tore jai mare buatia yabu antu me torbo botumarino tore me yu yatune mete tune moku mikrune owa saba mokuto mirukune tak yanku kutu nimimi sinyandane imanwe ayandane imanwe ibrani miaro yue nimiyune mete mae botumarino butone jinke saba kikiri butune ama mesi enti abonuo yisune ose abonuo mone tokubumamito botumarino butomo keti ay mamito rebo mo tuwe yabume yune otito etung enta mone mariati abonuo mo manta samunitung ente tuise Mariane nimimina takya terene yisune Maria saba nante tiebe tetabo Mariane owa takya bonuo yisune nimimisi tune yesue ayaba sini tune.
What do you think, Simon?
He asked.
From whom do the kings of the earth collect duty and taxes? From their own sons or from others?
From others,
Peter answered.
And the sons are exempt.
Jesus said to him,
But so that we may not offend them, go to the lake and throw out your line. Take the first fish you catch, open its mouth, and you will find a 4-drachma coin. Take it and give it to them for my tax and yours.
Mene Iesu Kristo mo biru waterue ama menya sisine kuturiane enta Yesune da otrere mi mie kuto Mose Abraham tere mi mie enta Abraham tere tetabo da usato minyane Iesu Kristo mo biru waterue tenta ne menya sisine mene Abraham Isa Yakwe Yekurabo mokerube brebo srai tonune tamare tesowe dame aminarae nakasowe samome bwa monune data obe monune kurung isae koto tokubumamito dawe entiababo dautere tetabo isrinyane botoma babetebo botoman notori kulti abuobo besa butiramito mtimenya sisine mene saromone urio soruni kureme mie ni abiae asae isubae yame usiae yotame ase isetiae manase amome yosiae likunyaibo mokerube
Large millstone hung around his neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Woe to the world because of the things that cause people to sin. Such things must come, but woe to the men through whom they come. If your hand or your foot causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to enter life maimed or crippled than to have 2 hands or 2 feet and be thrown in eternal fire. And if your eye causes you to sin, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to enter life with 1 eye than to have 2 eyes and to be thrown into the fire of hell.
entiababo isirinyane botmarino tore kulti abuobo besabo mabiyo butiratom trere tetabo Yesu takriatutom temenya sisine mene yekunyae searitie serubabe abime eriakie asue saroe akie eriue Aria sai matane yakwa Jesue nta Jesune Maria mowabie nta Maria kanirebo keretue atraneto Yesune takiratung.
And if he finds it, I tell you the truth, he is happier about that one sheep than about the 99 that did not wander off. In the same way, your Father in heaven is not willing that any of these little ones should be lost. If your brother sins against you, go and show him his
Nta
fault just
Yesu mobilu watene Abraham butumetom trere teta tawesa tumetom temenya titine bebu bilu buto titi minyae koto Yesu mobilu watelune dau butumetom trere tetabo isrunyane botomari no buto ku tebu obo botoma babe jobute besa butira minya titise bebu bilu buto titi minyae koto botoma bare jobute besa butira metom trere tetabo Yesu Kristo ta tiratu metom timenya titine bebu bilu buto titi minyae Yesu Kristo ta tiratu meyo none metamae monu mariane mo wabisakwe ayaba yoresunu yabra mitone Yesue ente trantubo tonye wabie manta titi nasa tiere barnane mariane o wasabu ente tuntubo Maria o wasabune botomari no tonure dereso muneri buobe enta Yesune Maria mo wabisakwe ayaba yoresunu yabra mitone yakuinya saintrame yone de bata saintune ente tuntrebo nyane nanyo gratiere yoresunu yabra mikrone krakwe ayaba nyowetune nyarbo mariane mutora setebe enta Yesune ne me brone bo kuro kra kuro ayaba nyo wen tuobo mone kuno arre bariune to kumami to botmari no to moketian mami to bo kurebo Yesu trebo Yesua kone dau momurue kone Maria tiaba manta samunia angkone ayabane minume nyo sako sebe enta mo me bokuyonte buto me mine botomari no tonure dere so mune tundime enta Mariane me moku tomine tak yankwe enta kone me mine Yesu sinibie ne morbo moroi minya so butine me siaba yankwe batrebe enta ente tu me bro tini titi titre tu me ne botomari no tore jaibare guatia yabu antumi torebo botomari no tore meju yatune mete tune mokumi krune owasaba mokuto miekune tak yankwe kuto nene me sini andane imanwe ayana Immanuel Ibrani miaru yue neme yune metamae botomari no tore rinke saba kikere butune ama mesi enti abonuo Yesune ose abonuo mone to kubumami to botomari no tomo ketia mami torbo mo tu yabu me yune oti to etung enta mone Maria ti abonuo mo manta samunitung ente tungse Mariane neme mina takria tierene Yesune Maria saba nante tiebe tetabo Mariane o watakria abonuo Yesune neme mesi ni tune Yesue ayaba sini tune
servant went out, he found one of his fellow servants who owed him 100 denarii. He grabbed him and began to choke him.
Pay back what you owe me!
He demanded. His fellow servant fell to his knees and begged him, "Be patient with me and I will pay you back." But he refused. Instead, he went off and had the man thrown into prison until he could pay the debt. When the other servants saw what had happened, they were greatly distressed and went and told their master everything that had happened. Then the master called the servant in. "You wicked servant," he said. "I canceled all that debt of yours because you begged me to. Shouldn't you have had mercy on your fellow servant just as I had on you?" In anger, the master turned him over to the jailers to be tortured until he should pay back all he owed.
Mene, Iesu Kristo mau biru waterue. Ama menya sisine koturiane. Entah Yesu ne dau tere mie kutu Mose Abraham tere mie. Entah Abraham tere tetabo dau satu minyane. Yesu Kristo mau biru waterue. Entah ni menya sisine mene Abraham ne Isaac Yahweh Yekuraibo Mokel Brebo Sarai Tomune Tamare Reseowe Dame Aminae Naka Sowe Samowe Boa Monune Naka Obe Monune Puru Isaye Koto Tokumanito Dawe Entia Babo Dau Tere Tabo Isunyane Botoma Babetebo Botomari Nobtore Utia Bobo Besa Butiamito Mkemenya Sitine Mene Saro Mobe Salomone Buria Sorme Kure Mimi Abiae Asa Disubae Yerame Usiae Jotane Asie Isetiae Manase Amowe Josae Dikonyaibo Mokeruge.
So they're no longer two, but one. Therefore, what God has joined together, let man not separate.
Why then,
they asked,
did Moses command that a man give his wife a certificate of divorce and send her away?
Jesus replied,
Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your hearts were hard, but it was not this way from the beginning. I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife except for marital unfaithfulness and marries another woman commits adultery.
Entia Babo Isirunyane Botomari Nobtore Kuti Abu Obo Besabo Babe Yobite Butirato Mtere Tabo Yesu Takira Tutom Timenya Sisi Nemene Nikonyae Siaritie Serubabe Abimne Eriyatie Asuesare Kakie Eriwe Ariasae Matane Yakwe Jisue Nta Jisune Maria Mowabie Nta Maria Anirebo Kritue Atamito Yesune Takiatu.
Then little children were brought to Jesus for him to place his hands on them and pray for them. But the disciples rebuked those who brought them. Jesus said,
Let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them.
Nta Yesu mobiru waterune Abraham butu mitom tere tata dawe satu mitom temenya titine bebu biru buto titiminya kuto Yesu mobiru waterune daw butu mitom tere tatabo Isranya ne botomari na butore kote bobo botoma babe jobute besa butira menya titise bebu biru buto titiminya kuto botoma babe jobute Besa butira mitom tere tetabo Yesu Kristo tatira tu mitom temenya titine bebu biru buto titiminya Yesu Kristo takya tu meyu none metemae monu mariane mo wabisakwe ayaba yurisno yabra mitone Yesue ente trantebo tune wabie mantai titi nasatere barane mariane o wasabu ente tuntebo Maria o wasabune botomari no butonure dere somuni buove nta Yesune Maria mo wabisakwe Ayaba, yurisno yabramitone, yakuri nyare saintrami, yune, debata saintune, ente tuntrebo, nyane, nanyo gratiere, yurisno yabramikurune, krakwe, ayaba, nyowetune, nyarbo, mariane, mutora setrebe, enta, yusune, nimibrone bokuro, krakuro, ayaba, nyonyo wentuobo, mone, unoare, barine, tokumamito, botomarino to, moketiana mito bukurebo, yusutrebo, yusua, kone dau momrue, kone bariati aba, manta, samni anbone. Ayabane, minua minyo sa kosbe. Enta, momi boku yom te butu memine, botomari no butonure, dere somuni tunibe. Enta mariane, ni moku tomine, kafiankwe. Enta kone, ni memine, Yesu si inibie. Ne morbo, moro minya so butine mesiaba, iriankwe batrebe. Enta, ente tunimro, ini titire tune. Ne botomari no butore, yaibare buatia yabu. Antumi torbo, botomari no butore meju, yatune, mete tune. Moku mi kurune, o wasaba, moku to, mirkune, kafiankwe. Kutu. Nimi si ni ainda ne manwe ainda ne imamwe ne ibrani miaru yue nimi yule mete mae botumari no butone inke saba kikiri butune ama mesi enti abonuo nisune osi abonuo mone to kubumamito botumari no butomo ke tia nami torbo mo tue jabu mejune otito itu inta mone mariati abonuo mo manta samunitu ente tunse mariane nimi nina tak ya tiere ne disune maria saba nante tiebe tetabo mariane o wata ya abonuo disune nimi misini tune Yesue ayaba sini tune Mane, Iesu Kristo mau biru waterue. Ama menyasi sine kotoriane. Tenta Iesu ne da utrene me mie koto Mose Abraham tere me mie tenta Abraham tere tetabo da satu menyane. Iesu Kristo mau biru waterue. Tenta ne menyasi sine mene Abraham ne Isaac Yahweh Yekurabo Mokrobe Brebo Srae Tumule Tamai Pesome Dame Amlae Naka Sobe Samue Boa Molune Naka Obe Molune Buru Isai Koto Tokumamito Dawe Antia Babo Dautre Tabo Isunyane Botuma Babetebo Botumar Noctore Kutia Buobo Besabutia Mito Mutemenya Sine Mene Salmone Buria Solmi Kureme Bie Abiae Asae Disubae Yoramne Usiae Jotane Asie Isetiae Manase Amowe Yosiae Dekunyae Bokeruge.
About the 11th hour, he went out and found still others standing around. He asked them,
Why have you been standing here all day long doing nothing?
Because no one has hired us.
They answered. He said to them,
You also go and work in my vineyard.
When evening came, the owner of the vineyard said to his foreman,
Antia Babo Isilunyane Botumari Noctore Kutia Buobo Besabo Babe Yomite Gutira Tom Tre Tetabo Yesu Takiria Tom Temenyasi Sine Mene Debonya Siaritie Serubabe Abiwe Eriatie Asusare Atie Eriue Ariasa Matane Yakwe Yusue Nta Yusune Maria Mowabie Nta Maria Anerebo Kristo Atamito Yesune Takirato.
but he answered one of them.
Friend, I'm not being unfair to you. Didn't you agree
Nta
for a
Yesu mobiru watene Abraham butu metom tere teta dawe satu metom temenya titine bebu biru buto titimenya koto Yesu mobiru waterune da butu metom tere tetabo isiro inyane botumari no butore kutebo bo botuma babe jobute besa butira menya titise bebu biru buto titimenya koto botoma babe jobute besa butira metom tere tetabo Yesu Kristo atira tu metom temenya titine bebu biru buto titimenya Yesu Kristo takya tu meyu none metemae monu mariane bo wabisakwe ayaba yoresno yabramita ne jisue ente trantibo tone wabie manta titi nasatiere barane mariane o wasabu ente tuntibo maria o wasabune botumari no tonure dereso muniri buo nta jisune maria mo wabisakwe ayaba yoresno yabramita ne yakuri nyare sa entrame yune debata sa intune ente tontrebo nyane nanyo gratere yoresno yabrami kurune krakwe ayaba nyowatune nyarbo mariane mutora setrebe enta yusune nimebrone to kurou krakurou ayaba nyonyo wen tuobo mone kuno arre bariune to kubumamito botmarino to mo kechai mamito kurebo yisu trebo isua kone daumo murue kone maria tiaba manta samni angkone ayabane minueme nyosa kosbe enta mo me bokuyonte buto memine botmarino tonure direso muni tundine enta mariane mimoku tomine tariankue enta kone nimimine yesusi inibie ne mobo moro iminya sobitine mesiaba irankue batrebe enta ente tume bro ini titire tume ne botmarino butore jai bare uatia yabu antume torbo botmarino butore meju yatune mete tune.
Can you drink the cup I am going to drink?
We can.
They answered.
Moku mikrune kuwasaba mokuto mirkune takiankue kutu nimimi sini andane imanwe Ayahindane Kimanuene Ibrani Miaro Yue Nemiyune Metmae Botmarino Butone Inke Saba Kikiri Butune Amamese Inti Abonuo Yisune Ose Abonuo Mone Tokubumamito Botmarino Buto Moke Te Mamito Bo Mo Tue Yabu Mejune Otito Etung Enta Mone Mariati Abonuo Mo Manta Samunitung Ente Tunse Mariane Nimimina takia tierine Yisune Maria Saba Nante Tiebe Tetabo Mariane Owata Kia Bonuo Yisune Nimimi Sinitune Yesue Ayaba Sinitune.
Not so with you. Instead, whoever wants to become great among you must be your servant. And whoever wants to be first must be your slave. Just as the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many.
As Jesus and his disciples were leaving Jericho, a large crowd followed him. Two blind men were sitting by the roadside, and when they heard that Jesus was going by, they shouted,
Lord, Son of David, have mercy on us.
The crowd rebuked them and told them to be quiet, but they shouted all the louder,
Lord, Son of David, have mercy on us.
Jesus stopped and called them.
What do you want me to do for you?
He asked.
Lord,
They answered,
we want our sight.
Jesus had compassion on them and touched their eyes.
Mene Yesu Kristo Mobiu Waterue Ama Minyasi Sine Kuturiane Kenta Yesune Dautrene Mi Mie Kutu Mose Abraham Trene Mi Mie Kenta Abraham Trene Tetabo Dau Satu Minyane Yesu Kristo Mobiu Waterue Kenta Niminyasi Sine Mene Abraham ne Ichai Yahweh Yekuraibo Mokerube, Brebo, Srae, Tomune, Tamare, Kasrawe, Dame, Aminae, Naka Somesa Mowe Boy, Boa, Monune, Daka, Obe, Monune, Urum, Ichai, Uto, Tokbumamito, Dawe, Entiababo, Dautre Tabo, Isuinyane, Botoma, Babetbo, Botomari Notore, Kumtia Bobo, Besa Butiramitom Temenia, Sine, Mene, Salmone Curiasoro Microne Mie, Lea Biae, Abiae, Asae, Yusubae, Joane, Usiae, Yotane, Asie, Isetiae Manase, Amowe, Yotiae, Deconaibo, Mokeruge.
Spoken through the prophet. Say to the daughter of Zion, see, your king comes to you gentle and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. The disciples went and did as Jesus had instructed them. They brought the donkey and the colt, placed their cloaks on them, and Jesus sat on them. A very large crowd spread their cloaks on the road, while others cut branches from the trees and spread them on the road. The crowds that went ahead of him and those that followed shouted,
Hosanna to the Son of David!
Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord.
Hosanna in the highest! When Jesus entered Jerusalem, the whole city was stirred and asked, "Who is this?" The crowds answered,
This is Jesus, the prophet from Nazareth in Galilee.
Entia babo, Israelnyane, botamari no toriko te abo, besabo, babeyo vite, vitirato mutrere tetabo, Yesu tak jatuto mutemenya sine, mene te konyae, siaritie sembabe, abime, eliatie, asuesare, atie, periwe, variasa, matane, jakue, Yesue, enta, Yesune Maria mowabie, enta Maria, alenebo, Karitue, atramito, Yesune, takiyato.
It is written,
He said to them,
my house will be called a house of prayer. But you are making it a den of robbers.
The blind and the lame came to him at the temple, and he healed them. But when the chief priests and the teachers of the law saw the wonderful things he did, and the children shouting in the temple area, they were indignant.
Do you hear what these children are saying?
They asked him,
Yes.
replied Jesus.
Have you never read? From the lips of children and infants, you have ordained praise.
Enta, Yesu mobi waterune, Abraham, butu metom terere, teta, dawe satu metom temenya titine, baibu, biru buto titi menyae, koto, Yesu mobiru waterune, tau butu metom terere tetabo, isilunyane, bo tumari no butoriku tebu obo, bo tuma babe, jobute, besa butira menya titise, baibu, biru buto titi menyae, koto, botma bare jobute besa butira metom terere tetabo Yesu Kristo tatira tu metom temenya titine baibu biru buto timenya Yesu Kristo tak ya tu meyu none metemae monu mariane mo wabisakwe ayaba yoris nu yabra mitane yisue ente tran tebo tone wabie manta titi nasa terre banane mariane o wasapu ente tungtebo Maria wasabune botumari no tonure dere so muniri bobe enta yisune baria mo wabisakwe ayaba yuresno yaba mitone tia kurinya saintra mejune de bata saintune ente tontrebo nyane nanyo ratiere yuresno yabra me kurune tarakwe ayaba nyowatune nyarbo mariane mutora setrebe enta yisune nine brone bo kubo Krakow. Ayaba, nyo wen tuobo, more kuno arre barione, to kumamito, botmarino to mo ke jamamito kurebo, Yusu trebo. Biswa, kone, da umomrue, kone mariate aba, manta, samunyon kone. Ayabane, minue me kiosa kosbe, enta, mo me bokuyonte, buto me mine, botmarino to nure nere suamuni tunibe, enta mariane, ni mo kutomine, tabianque, enta kone, ni mine, yesusi nibe, ne morbo, moroi minya sobitine me siaba, ijanque batrebe, enta, ente tumi bro, ini titire tune, ne botmarino tore, yaiba buatia nyabu, antumi torbo, botmarino tore me yu, yatune, mete tume, moku mikrune, kuasaba, mokuto mirkune, kakianque. Kutu nimi mesini andane imam we. Aya andane imam wene ibrani miaru yue. Nimi yune metemae. Botmari no butone kinkisaba kikiri butune. Amame inti abonuo. Yisune ose abonuo. Mone tokubu mamito. Botmari no butomo ke imami torbo. Mo tue yabu mi yune. Obito itung. Inta mone mariate abonuo. Mo manta jamunitung. Ente tungse mariane. Nimi minata kriatiere rine yisune maria saba. Nante tiebe. Te tabo. Mariane owata abonuo. Yisune nimi misi ni tune Jesue. Ayaba si ni tune.
He will ask, then why didn't you believe him? But if we say from men, we are afraid of the people, for they all hold that John was a prophet.
So they answered Jesus,
We don't know.
Then he said,
Neither will I tell you by what authority I am doing these things. What do you think? There was a man who had 2 sons. He went to the first and said, Son, go and work today in the vineyard. I will not, he answered. But later he changed his mind and went. Then the father went to the other son and said the same thing. He answered, I will, sir. But he did not go. Which of the 2 did what his father wanted?
The first.
They answered. Jesus said to them,
I tell you the truth. The tax collectors and the prostitutes are entering the kingdom of God ahead of you. For John came to you to show you the way of righteousness, and you did not believe him. But the tax collectors and the prostitutes did. Even after you saw this, you did not repent and believe him. Listen to another parable. There was a landowner who planted a vineyard. He put a wall around it, dug a wine press in it, and built a watchtower. Then he rented the vineyard to some farmers and went away on a journey. When the harvest time approached, he sent his servants to the tenants to collect his fruit. The tenants seized his servants. They beat one, killed another, and stoned a third. Then he sent other servants to them, more than the first time, and the tenants treated them the same way. Last of all, he sent his son to them. They will respect my son, he said. But when the tenants saw the son, they said to each other, this is the heir. Come, let's kill him and take his inheritance. So they took him and threw him out of the vineyard and killed him. Therefore, when the owner of the vineyard comes, what will he do to those tenants?
He will bring those wretches to a wretched end.
They replied,
And he will rent the vineyard to other tenants, who will give him his share of the crop at harvest time.
Jesus said to them,
Have you never read in the scriptures? The stone the builders rejected has become the capstone. The Lord has done this, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Therefore I tell you that the kingdom of God will be taken away from you and given to a people who will produce its fruit. He who falls on this stone will be broken to pieces, but he on whom it falls will be crushed.
Mene, Iesu Kristo, mo biru waterue. Ama menya sisine, uturiane. Enta, Yesune, dautrere, mie, kuto mose, Abraham trere mie, enta, Abraham trere, tetabo, dausa to minyane, Iesu Kristo, mo biru waterue. Enta, nimenya sisine, mene, Abraham, Isai, Jakwe, Yekuraibo, Mokerube. bebo, serae, tonune tamare, esrowe, dame, aminae, nakasowe, samowe, boa, monune, daka, obe, monune burung tisaye, kutu, tokumanito tawe, entia babo, dau trete tabo, tisunyane, botoma, babetebo, botomari nobtore, kutia bobo, besabitira mitom timenya, sine, mene, saromone, uya mikro rememie, ni abiae, asae, isubai, yorame, usiae, yotame, ase, isetiae, manase, amowe, josiae, de konyae bo, mokeruwe.
Fatted cattle have been butchered, and everything is ready. Come to the wedding banquet. But they paid no attention and went off, one to his field, another to his business. The rest seized his servants, mistreated them, and killed them. The king was enraged. He sent his army and destroyed those murderers and burned their city. He said to his servants, "The wedding banquet is ready, but those I invited did not deserve to come. Go to the street corners and invite to the banquet anyone you can find." So the servants went out into the streets and gathered all the people they could find, both good and bad. And the wedding hall
Entia babo, isrunyane, botomari nobutore kutia buobo, besabo, babe yo butiratom trete tabo, Yesu takirato tom temenya, sisine, mene, ye konyae, searitie, sembabe, abinwe, eria tie, asuesare, akie, eriwe, ariasa, matane, yakue, yusue, enta yusune, Maria, mowabie, enta Maria, anirebo, kritue, atamito, Yesune, kakirato.
Then the king told the attendants, "Tie him hand and foot and throw him outside into the darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. For many are invited, but few are chosen."
Enta, Yesu mobiru watelune, Abraham butuh metom tereta, dawe satu metom temenya titine, bebu, biru buto titi menyae, koto, Yesu mobiru watelune, dau butuh metom tereta tabo, isru inyane, botomari na botore ko tebu obo, botoma, babe, jobute, besa butira menya titi se, bebu, biru buto titi menyae, koto, botoma, babe, jobute, besa butira metom tereta tabo, Iesu Kristo takira tu metom temenya jitine, bebu, biru buto titi menyae. Iesu Kristo takira tu meyo, none, metema monu mariane bo warisakwe, ayaba, yuris nu yabranitone, Yesue, ente terantebo, tonne wabie manta titi, nasatiere, barane mariane, owasabu, ente tuntebo, Maria, owasabune, botomari no tonure, deresomuni bibu, nta, Yesune baria, bo wabisakwe, ayaba, yuris nu yabranitone, yakurinya sa entrame, yune, debata sa entue, ente tuntrebo, nyane, nanyoratiere, yuris nu yabrami kurune, karakwe, ayaba, nyowatune, nyabo, mariane, mutora setrebe, enta, Yesune, nimebro nebukuro, krakuro, ayaba, nyonyo wentuobo, mole, kumoare bariune, tokumamito, botomari no to moketi almamito rukurbo, disutrebo, disua, kone, da momrue, kone Maria, tiaba, manta, samni ankone, ayabane, miyume, nyoesa kosbe, enta, momi bokuyonte, buto memine, botomari no to nure dere suamunito undibe, enta mariane, mimokuto mine, tapiankue, enta kone, nimimine, Yesusi inibie, ne morbo, moro niña sobitine mesiaba, iriankue batrebe, enta, Ente tu mibro ini titi tire tu me. Ne botumari no tore yai bare uatia nyabu antumi torbo. Botumari no tore meju ya tu ne. Mete tu ne. Moku mikro ne. O asaba. Moku to mirku ne. Kariankue. Kutu ne memesini anda ne imanue. Ayanda ne imanue ne ibani miaru yue. Ne meju ne betamae. Botumari no tore ringe sabaki kiri butune. Amamesi. Enti abonuo. Isu ne. Kose abonuo. Mone. Tokubu mamito. Botumari no to mo kete ay mamito rbo. Mo tue yapu meju ne. Otito itu. Enta mone. Mariati abonuo. Mo manta samunitung. Ente tungse. Mariane. Nimi minata kria tierene yusune Maria esaba. Na ente tiebe. Tetabo. Mariane. Owata kria bonuo. Yusune nimi mesini tune Yesue. Ayaba sini tune.
Jesus replied,
You are in error, because you do not know the scriptures or the power of God. At the resurrection, people will neither marry nor be given in marriage. They will be like the angels in heaven. But about the resurrection of the dead, have you not read what God said to you? I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. He is not the God of the dead, but of the living.
When the crowds heard this, they were astonished at his teaching. Hearing that Jesus had silenced the Sadducees, the Pharisees got together. One of them, an expert in the law, tested him with this question.
Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law?
Jesus replied,
Love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment, and the second is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets hang on these two commandments.
While the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them,
What do you think about the Christ? Whose son is he?
The son of David.
They replied. He said to them,
How is it then that David, speaking by the Spirit, calls him Lord? For he says, The Lord said to my Lord, Sit at my right
Bene.
hand until I
Yesu Kristo. Mo biu waterue. Ama menya sisine buturiane. Enta. Yesu ne. Dautere. Mie. Kuto. Mose. Abraham terere. Mie. Enta. Abraham terere. Tetabo. Dau satu minyane. Yesu Kristo. Mo biu waterue. Krenta. Ni menya sisine. Bene. Abraham ne. Isae. Yakwe. Yekuraibo. Mokerube. Brebo. Srae. Tumune. Tamare. Eseome dame. Aminarae. Narasome. Saremome. Boae. Ba. Monune. Daka. Obe. Monune krum. Isae. Kuto. Tokumamito. Dawe. Entia babo. Dau terete tabo. Isuinyone. Botoma. Babetebo. Botomari nobtore. Kutia buobo. Besa butiramito mutimenyasi. Sine. Mene. Saromone kuya sormi kuremie. Dia biae. Abiae. Asae. Yusubae. Yonebusiae. Yotane. Asie. Isetiae manase. Amowe. Josiae. Jekonyaebo. Mokerube.
Everything they do is done for men to see. They make their phylacteries wide and the tassels on their garments long. They love the place of honor at banquets and the most important seats in the synagogues. They love to be greeted in the marketplaces and to have men call them rabbi. But you are not to be called rabbi, for you have only one master, and you are all brothers. And do not call anyone on earth Father, for you have one Father, and he is in heaven. Nor are you to be called teachers.
Entia babo. Isunyane. Botomarino torikutia buobo. Besabo. Bale yobute. Utiratom terete tabo. Yesu takia totom temenya sisine. Mene. Yekunyae searike. Soubane. Abimwe. Erilia kie. Asuesare. Akie. Eriwe. Ariasae. Matane. Jakwe. Yesue. Nta. Yesune Maria. Mowabie. Nta. Maria vanilibo. Keletue. Atramito. Yesune. Takiatung.
Woe to you, teachers of not the kingdom of heaven in men's faces. You yourselves do not enter, nor will you let those enter who are trying to. Woe to you,
Entah, Iesu mau biru waterune. Abraham butuh mitom tere teta dawe satu mitom timenya titine. Baibu biru buto titimenya Koto Iesu mau biru waterune dau butuh mitom tere tetabo. Isrunya ne. Botomari no butore ko tebo bo. Botoma babe jobute. Besa butira menya titise. Baibu biru buto titimenya Koto botoma babe jobute. Besa butira mitom tere tetabo. Iesu Kristo tatira tu mitom temenya titine. Baibu biru buto titimenya Iesu Kristo tatira to meyo. None metamae. Monu mariane mo wabisa kwe. Ayaba yores no yabramita na Yesue. Ente trantebo. Tone wabie manta titi. Nasatiere barrane mariane owasabu. Ente tuntebo maria owasabune. Otumar no tonure. Dereso munribu. Enta Yesune maria mo wabisa kwe. Ayaba yores no yabramita ne. Ya kuri nyare sa intrami yone debata sa intune. Ente tuntrebo. Nyane na nyoratiere yores no yabrami kurone krakwe. Ayaba nyowetune. Nyabo mariane mutora setrebe. Enta Yesune ni membrone kuro krakuro. Ayaba nyonyowe tuobo. Mone kumoare bariune. To kumamito. Botumarino to moke chaimamito kurbo. Yesu trebo. Iswa kone da umomrue. Kone mariate aba manta samni ankone. Ayabane minue menyo sakosbe. Enta momi boku yonte buto memine. Botumarino to nure de so munito undibe. Enta mariane mi moku tomine tabiankue. Enta kone ni mimine. Yesu si inibie. Ne morbo. Moroi minya so butine mecheba. Iriankue batrebe. Enta ente tu membro ini titi titire tume. Ne botumarino to yanare guatia yabu antumi torbo. Botumarino tore meju yatume mete tume. Moku mikrone ko wasaba. Moku to milkune takiankue. Kuto nimi mesini andane imanue. Aya andane imanue ibrani miaro yue. Nimi yune metamae. Botumarino tone rinke saba kikiri butue. Ama mesi enti abonuo. Yisune ose abonuo. Mone to kubumamito. Botumarino to mo ketia imami torbo. Mo tu yabu meyune. Otito etung. Enta mone mariati abonuo. Mo manta chamunitu. Ente tunse. Mariane. Nimi mina takria terine Yisune maria saba. Na ante tiebe. Tetabo. Mariane bo wata kia bonuo. Yisune nimi misi nitune Yesue. Ayabasi nitune.
Which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of dead men's bones and everything unclean. In the same way, on the outside, you appear to people as righteous, but on the inside, you are full of hypocrisy and wickedness. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You build tombs for the prophets and decorate the graves of the righteous. And you say, if we had lived in the days of our forefathers, we would not have taken part with them in shedding the blood of the prophets. So you against yourselves that you are the descendants of those who murdered the prophets. Fill up then the measure of the sin of your forefathers. You snakes! You brood of vipers! How will you escape being condemned to hell? Therefore, I am sending you prophets and wise men and teachers. Some of them you will kill and crucify. Others you will flog in your synagogues and pursue from town to town. And so, upon you will come all the righteous blood that has been shed on earth, From the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zechariah, son of Berechiah, whom you murdered between the temple and the altar. I tell you the truth. All this will come upon this generation. Oh, Jerusalem. Jerusalem. You who killed the prophets and stoned those sent to you. How often I have longed to gather your children together as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings, but you were not willing. Look, your house is left to you desolate. For I tell you, you will not see me again until you say, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord."
Mene, Iesu Kristo mo biru waterue. Ama minya sisine kuturiane. Eta Iesu ne dautere mi mie kutu Mose Abraham tere mi mie. Enta Abraham tere tetabo dau satu minyane Iesu Kristo mo biru waterue. Enta ni minya sisine. Mene Abraham Isaac Yahweh Yekurabo Mokerbe Brebo Srae Tomune Tamae Kasome Dame Aminae Naka Songe Samowe Boae Bo Momune Naka Obe Momune Kum Isaye Kuto Tokumamito Dawe Ente Ababo Dautre Tabo Islunyane Botoma Babetbo Botomari Nobtore Kuti Abuabo Besa Butiriamito Mtimenya Sicine Mene Salomone Curiason Microme Mie De Abiae Asae Yusuba Jame Musiae Yotame Ase Isetiae Manase Amome Yosiae Yekonaebo Mokeobe.
Disciples came to him privately.
Tell us,
They said,
when will this happen? And what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age?
Jesus answered,
Watch out that no one deceives you. For many will come in my name, claiming I am the Christ, and will deceive many. You will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but see to it that you are not alarmed. Such things must happen, but the end is still to come. Nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. There will be famines and earthquakes in various places. All these are the beginning of birth pains. Then you will be handed over to be persecuted and put to death. And you will be hated by all nations because
Ente Ababo Islunyane Botomari Nobtore Kuti Abuobo Besabo Babe Yobute Butiratom Tere Tetabo Yesu Takiratutom Timenya Sisine Mene Yekonya Siaritie Serubabe Abimne Eriatie Asmesaroe Atie Eriwe Aliasae Matane Yakue Jisue Nta Jisune Maria Mowabie Entah Maria kanirebo Kristoe atramito Yesune takiratung. Entah Yesu mobilu waterune. Abraham butu metom tere teta dawe satu metom timenya titine. Baibu bilu buto titimenya koto Yesu mobilu waterune dau butu metom tere teta bo. Isirunya ne botomari no butore kutebo bo. Botoma babe dio bute. Besa butira menya titise. Baibu bilu buto titimenya koto botoma babe dio bute. Besa butira metom tere teta bo. Iesu Kristo atira tumetom timenya titine. Baibu biru buto titi minyai. Yesu Kristo tak ya tumeyu. None bete mae. Monu Mariane mo wabisa kue. Ayaba. Yure sunu ya bramitane Yesue. Ente trantebo. Tune wabie mantai titi. Nasatiere barane. Mariane. O wasabu. Ente tutebo. Maria. O wasabune. Otomari no tonure. Dere suamune ribu. Enta Yesune. Maria. Mo wabisa kue. Ayaba. Yure sunu ya bramitane. Yakuri nya sa intrami. Yune. Debata santune. Ente tuntrebo. Nyane. Nanyo ratiere. Yurisunu yabrami kurune karakwe ayaba nyowetune nyarbo mariane mutora setrebe enta yusune nini brone bo kuru karakuro ayaba nyonyo wentuobo mone kumaware bariune to kumamito botumari no to mokete mamito bukurebo isutrebo yusua kone dau momurue kone mariate aba manta samuni angkone ayabane minue menyo sakosube enta mo mi bokuyonte buto memine botumari no tonure dere suamuni tundebe enta mariane mi mokuto mine tabirangwe enta kone ni mimine yesus si nibi ne morbo moroi minya sobitine mesiaba irangwe batrebe enta ente tu mi bro ini titire tune ne botumari no tore jangare uatia yabu antumi torbo botumari no tore me yu ya tune mete tune mokumi krune o asaba mokuto milkure kapiangwe kutu nemi mesini andane imanwe aya indane imanwe ne ibrani miaro yue nemi yune metamae botumari no butone rinte saba kikiri butune amamis inti abonuo gisune ose abonuo mone to kubumami to botumari no butomo kete amami torbo mo tue yabu me yune otito itu inta mone mariati abonuo mo manta samunitu ente tunche mariane nimi mina ta kira tierine isune maria saba nante tiebe tetabo mariane o wata yabonuo isune nimi mesini tune yesue ayaba sini tune.
Immediately after the distress of those days, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will fall from the sky, and the heavenly bodies will be shaken. At that time, the sign of the Son of Man will appear in the sky, and all the nations of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of the sky with power and great glory. And he will send his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of the heavens to the other. Now learn this lesson from the fig tree. As soon as its twigs get tender and its leaves come out, you know that summer is near. Even so, when you see all these things, you know that it is near, right at the door. I tell you the truth. This generation will certainly not pass away until all these things have happened. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. No one knows about that day or hour, not even the angels in heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. As it was in the days of Noah, so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. For in the days before the flood, people were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, up to the day Noah entered the ark. And they knew nothing about what would happen until the flood came and took them all away. That is how it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. 2 men will be in the field. One will be taken and the other left. 2 women will be grinding with a hand mill. One will be taken and the other left. Therefore keep watch, because you do not know on what day your Lord will come. But understand this. If the owner of the house had known at what time of night the thief was coming, he would have kept watch and would not have let his house be broken into. So you also must be ready, because the Son of Man will come at an hour when you do not expect him. Who then is the faithful and wise servant, whom the master has put in charge of the servants in his household to give them their food at the proper time? It will be good for that servant whose master finds him doing so when he returns. I tell you the truth, he will put him in charge of all his possessions. But suppose that servant is wicked and says to himself, my master is staying away a long time. And he then begins to beat his fellow servants and to eat and drink with drunkards. The master of that servant will come on a day when he does not expect him and at an hour he is not aware of. He will cut him to pieces.
Mene, Iesu Kristo mobil waterue. Ama minya sisine buturiane. Enta, Yesune, dau tremi, mie, kuto Mose, Abraham tere mi, mie, enta, Abraham tere, tetabo, dau satu minyane. Iesu Kristo mobil waterue. Enta, ni minya sisine, mene, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, de curabo, mokerbe, brebo srae. Tonune tamare, pesawe dane, aminae, nakasowe, samowe, boae, boa, monune, baka, obe monune, Isai, koto, tokumamito dawe, entia babo, dautre, tetabo, isunyane, botoma, babetebo, botoma no tore kutia bo, besabutirametom temenya, sine, mene, salmowe saromone, uriasonme kurumemie, de abiae, asai, isubai, joame, usiai, jotame pasie, isetiai manase. Amowe, Josiah, Jekonaebo, Mokerube.
The foolish one said to the wise, give us some of your oil, our lamps are going out. No, they replied, there may not be enough for both us and you. Instead, go to those who sell oil and buy some for yourselves. But while they
Entia babo, isrunyane, botomarino, torikutia buobo, besabo, baveyo bute, butirato, mutrete tabo. Yeruta criatuto mutemenya sine mene de conyae searitie subabe abime teriatie asuesarae atie eriwe ariasae matange yakue jisune jisune Maria mobabie nta Maria vanirebo cretue atramito Yesune takirato. Enta, Yesu mobilu waterune. Abraham butu mitom tere teta. Dawe satu mitom temenya titine. Bebu bilu buto titi menyae. Koto, Yesu mobilu waterune. Dau butu mitom tere tetabo. Isrunyane, botomari no butorikum tebobo. Botoma, babe jobute. Besa butira menya titise. Bebu bilu buto titi menyae. Koto, botoma babe dobute besa butira mitom tere tetavo Yesu Kristo akira tu mitom temenya titine bebu biu buto titi menyae Yesu Kristo takia tu meyu none mete mae monu mariane mo wabisakwe ayaba yuresunu yabra mitone disue ente terantibo tunye wabie bantai titi nasatiere barane mariane o wasabu ente tuntibo Maria o wasabune botomari no tonure Dere suemu niri buobe. Enta, disune Maria mo wabisakwe. Ayaba, yoresnu yabramitone, yakuri nyare sain tramijune, nebata sain tune. Ente tuntrebo, nyane, nano gratiere, yoresnu yabramikune, krakwe. Ayaba, nyowetune, nyabo, Mariane, mutora setrebe. Enta, disune, nimebrone bankuro, krakuro. Ayaba, nyonyo wentuobo, mone, kumare bariune. Tokbumamito, botumarino to moketiamamito bukurebo, disutrebo. Disua, kone, daumumrue. Kone Maria te aba manta samuni angkone. Ayabane milume nyoesa kosbe. Enta mo me boku yonte buto me mine. Botomari no tonu redere suamuni tungebe. Enta Mariane mi moku tomine tapi angkue. Enta kone ni me mine Yesus ini bie. Ne morbo moroi minya sobitine mesiaba iri angkue batrebe. Enta ente tumi bro ini titire tume. Ne botomari no tore yai bare buatia yabu antumi torbo. Botomari no tore meju yatune mete tune. Moku mikrune Owasaba, mokuto, mirukune, kakriankue, kuto, nimi misini andane, Imanue. Ay andane, Imanue, Ibrani miaro yue, nimi yune, mete mae, botmari no butone, rinke saba, kikiri butune. Amamisi, inti abonuo, gisine, osi abonuo, mone, tokubumamito, botmari no buto, mo kwetian mamitorbo, mo tue yabumi yune, otito itung. Intamone, Maria tia bonuo, momanta zamunitu, ente tunche, Mariane de mimina tatia tierine, isune Maria zaba, nante tiebe, tetabo, Mariane, o watatia bonuo, isune de mimisi nitune Yesue, ayaba sinitune.
Take the talent from him and give it to the one who has the 10 talents. For everyone who has will be given more. And he will have an abundance. Whoever does not have even what he has will be taken from him. And throw that worthless servant outside into the darkness, where there'll be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
When the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all the angels with him, he will sit on his throne in heavenly glory. All the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left. Then the king will say to those on his right, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me." Then the righteous will answer him, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and go to visit you?" The king will reply, "I tell you the truth. Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers of mine, you did for me." Then he will say to those on his left, "Depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me nothing to eat, and I was thirsty, and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger, and you did not invite me in. I needed clothes, and you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison, and you did not look after me." They also will answer, "Lord, when did we see you hungry, or thirsty, or a stranger, or needing clothes, or sick, or in prison, and did not help you?" He will reply, "I tell you the truth. Whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me." Then they will go away to eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life.
Mene, Iesu Kristo mobio waterue, ama minya sisine, oturiane, kenta, Iesu ne, dautere, mie, koto, Mose, Abraham tere, mie, enta, Abraham tere, tetabo dau satu minyane, Iesu Kristo mobio waterue, enta, niminya sisine, mene, Abraham, Isai. Jacque, Declaibo, Mokerbe, Brebo, Sarae, Tomune, Amae, Sovedame, Aminae, Naka Sovetamo, Boae, Bo, Momune, Daka, Obe, Momune, Kurum, Isaye, Kuto, Tokubumamito, Dawe, Antiababo, Dautere, Tetabo, Isunyane, Botoma, Babetabo, Botomarino Tore, Kutia Bobo, Besabitia Mitom, Timenia Sicine, Mene, Salomone, Kuyason Mikuremie, De Abiae, Asae, Isubai, Joamde, Usiae, Jotane, Asie, Isetiae Manase, Amove Josiae, de Conyabo, Mokerube.
But not during the feast, they said, for there may be a riot among the people.
While Jesus was in Bethany, in the home of a man known as Simon the leper, a woman came to him with an alabaster jar of very expensive perfume, which she poured on his head as he was reclining at the table. When the disciples saw this, they were indignant.
Why this waste?
They asked.
Antiababo, Isrunyane, Botomarino, Torcotia Buobo, Besabo, Babe Yobute, Vitiratom, Trete Tabo, Yasuta Kiatutom, Temenia Sicine, Mene, Iconia, Searitie, Subabe, Abimle, Eriatie, Asuesaroe, Akie Grue, Ariasae, Matane Jacue, Jesue, Nta, Jesune Maria Bowabie, Nta, Maria Anirbo Cretue, Atramito, Yesune, Akiratum.
I tell you the truth. Wherever this gospel is preached throughout the world, what she has done will also be told in memory of her.
Then one of the 12, the one called Judas Iscariot, went to the chief priests and asked,
What are you willing to give me if I hand him over to you?
So they counted out for him 30 silver coins. From then on, Judas watched for an opportunity to hand him over.
Enta, Yesumo Biru Waterune, Abraham Butumetom Teta, Dawe Satumetom Timenya Titine, Bebu, Biru Buto Titi Minyae, Koto, Yesumo Biru Waterune, Dau Butumetom Tetabo, Isrunyane, Botomarino Toiko Tebo Bo, Botoma Pare, Jobite, Besa Bitira Menya Titise, Bebu, Biru Buto Titi Minyae, Koto, Botoma Babe Jobute, Besa Bitira Mitom Tetabo, Iesu Kristo, Katira Dumitom Timenya Titine, Bebu, Biru Buto Titi Minyae, Iesu Kristo Takiato Meyunone, Metemae, Monu Mariane, Mo Wabisakwe, Ayaba, Yoresuno Yabramitane Yusue, Entetralbo, Tone, Wabie, Manta Titi, Nasatiere, Barnane, Mariane, Owasabu, Entetuntebo, Maria, Owasabune, Botmarino Tonure, Deresomneribu, Enta, Yusune, Maria, Mo Wabisakwe, Ayaba, Yoresuno Yabramitane, Yakurinyar Saintrame, Yune, Lebata Santune, Entetuntrebo, Nyane, Nanyogratiere, Yoresuno Yabranicune, Caracue, Ayaba, Nyowetune, Nyarbo, Mariane, Mutora Setebe, Enta, Isune, Nimibrone Bokuro, Caracuro, Ayaba, Nyonyo Tuobo, Mone, Kuroare Bariune, Tokubumamito, Botumarino, Moketia Mamito Kurbo, Disu Trebo, Bisua, kone, dau momurue, kone Maria, tiaba, manta, samuniam kone. Ayabane, minueme, yoesa kosle, enta, mo me bokuyonte, buito me mine, botomari no tonure, dere suamunin tundine, enta Mariane, mi mokutomine, tabianque, enta kone, nimimine, Yesus si inibie, ne morbo, moroi minya sobitine me siaba, tianque bate, enta, ente tu membro, ini titire tume, ne botomari no tore, jaivare, guatia yabu, antume torbo, botomari no tore me yu, yatume, mete tume, mokume kune, owa saba, mokuto, mirukune, kakianque, kutu, neme mesini andane fimanwe, ayandane fimanwe ne ibrani miaro yue, neme yune mete mae, botomari no tone rinke saba, kitiri butune, amamesi, enti abonuo, yisune, ose abonuo, mone, tokubuma mito, botomari no tomo ke tiai mamitorbo, mo tue yabume yune, otito etung, enta mone, mariati abonuo, mo manta samunitung. Ente tunse Mariane nimimina tak ya tiererine sisune Maria esaba nante tiebe etabo Mariane owatak ya bonuo isune nimimisi nitune Yesue ayabasi nitune.
While they were eating, Jesus took bread, gave thanks, and broke it, and gave it to his disciples, saying,
Take and eat. This is my body.
Then he took the cup, gave thanks, and offered it to them, saying,
Drink from it, all of you. This is my blood of the covenant, which is poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins. I tell you, I will not drink of this fruit of the vine from now on until that day when I drink it anew with you in my Father's kingdom.
When they had sung a hymn, they went out to the Mount of Olives. Then Jesus told them,
This very night you will all fall away on account of me, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock will be scattered. But after I have risen, I will go ahead of you into Galilee.
Peter replied,
Even if all fall away on account of you, I never will.
I tell you the truth.
Jesus answered,
This very night before the rooster crows, you will disown me 3 times.
But Peter declared,
Even if I have to die with you, I will never disown you.
And all the other disciples said the same. Then Jesus went with his disciples to a place called Gethsemane, and he said to them,
Sit here while I go over there and pray.
He took Peter and the two sons of Zebedee along with him, and he began to be sorrowful and troubled. Then he said to them,
My soul is overwhelmed with sorrow to the point of death. Stay here and keep watch with me.
Going a little farther, he fell with his face to the ground and prayed.
My Father, if it is possible, may this cup be taken from me. Yet not as I will, but as you will.
Then he returned to his disciples and found them sleeping.
Could you men not keep watch with me for 1 hour?
He asked Peter.
Watch and pray so that you will not fall into temptation. The spirit is willing, but the body is weak.
He went away a second time and prayed.
My Father! If it is not possible for this cup to be taken away unless I drink it, may your will be done.
When he came back, he again found them sleeping because their eyes were heavy. So he left them and went away once more and prayed the third time, saying the same thing. Then he returned to the disciples and said to them,
Are you still sleeping and resting? Look, the hour is near, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Rise. Let us go. Here comes my betrayer.
While he was still speaking, Judas, one of the 12, arrived. With him was a large crowd, armed with swords and clubs, sent from the chief priests and the people. Now the betrayer had arranged a signal with them.
The one I kiss is the man. Arrest him.
Going at once to Jesus, Judas said,
Greetings, Rabbi.
and kissed him. Jesus replied,
Friend, do what you came for.
Then the men stepped forward, seized Jesus, and arrested him. With that, one of Jesus' companions reached for his sword, drew it out, and struck the servant of the high priest, cutting off his ear.
Put your sword back in its place!
Jesus said to him,
For all who draw the sword will die by the sword. Do you think I cannot call on my Father, and he will at once put at my disposal more than 12 legions of angels? But how then would the scriptures be fulfilled that say it must happen in this way?
At that time, Jesus said to the crowd,
Am I leading a rebellion that you come out with swords and clubs to capture me every day? I sat in the temple courts teaching, and you did not arrest me. But this has all taken place that the writings of the prophets might be fulfilled.
Then all the disciples deserted him and fled. Those who had arrested Jesus took him to Caiaphas, the high priest, where the teachers of the law and the elders had assembled. But Peter followed him at a distance, right up to the courtyard of the high priest. He entered and sat down with the guards to see the outcome. The chief priests and the whole Sanhedrin were looking for false evidence against Jesus, so that they could put him to death. But they did not find any, though many false witnesses came forward. Finally, 2 came forward and declared,
And this fellow said, I am able to destroy the temple of God
and rebuild it in 3 days.
Then the high priest stood up and said to Jesus,
Are you not going to answer? What is this testimony that these men are bringing against you?
But Jesus remained silent. The high priest said to him,
I charge you under oath by the living God. Tell us if you are the Christ, the Son of God.
Yes, it is as you say.
Jesus replied,
But I say to all of you, in the future you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the Mighty One and coming on the clouds of heaven.
Then the high priest tore his clothes and said,
He has spoken blasphemy. Why do we need any more witnesses? Look, now you have heard the blasphemy. What do you think?
He's worthy of death,
they answered. Then they spit in his face and struck him with their fists. Others slapped him and said,
Prophesy to us, Christ. Who hit you?
Now Peter was sitting out in the courtyard, and a servant girl came to him.
You also were with Jesus of Galilee,
she said. But he denied it before them all.
I don't know what you're talking about,
he said. Then he went out to the gateway, where another girl saw him, and said to the people there,
This fellow was with Jesus of Nazareth.
He denied it again with an oath.
I don't know the man.
After a little while, those standing there went up to Peter and said,
Surely you are one of them, for your accent gives you away.
Then he began to call down curses on himself, and he swore to them,
I don't know the man!
Immediately, a rooster crowed. Then Peter remembered the word Jesus had spoken. Before the rooster crows, you will disown me 3 times. And he went out.
Mene, Iesu Kristo mo biru wa terue. Ama me nyasi sine kotoriane. Enta Iesu ne da utrene mi koto Mose Abraham trene mi enta Abraham trene tetabo da usatu minyane Iesu Kristo mo biru wa terue. Enta neminya sisine mene Abraham ne Isai Jakwe Jekuravo Kokerve Brevo Sarae Tumune Tamare Pesrawe Dame Amyai Nakasole Samome Bo Monune Daka Obe Monune Kurum Isai Kuto Tokubumamito Dawe Entia Babo Dautre Tabo Isrinyane Botoma Babetebo Botoma Notore Oti Abu Besabitria Metom Temenya Sitine Mene Salomone Guria Sor Microremia Abiae Asai Yisubai Yame Usiae Yotame Asie Isetia Manase Amome Josia de Cunyabo Mokerobe.
I have sinned,
he said,
for I have betrayed innocent blood.
What is that to us?
They replied.
That's your responsibility.
So went away and hanged himself. The chief priests picked up the coins and said, "It is against the law to put this into the treasury, since it is blood money." So they decided to use the money to buy the potter's field as a burial place for foreigners. That is why it has been called the Field of Blood to this day. And what was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet was fulfilled. They took the 30 silver coins, the price set on him by the people of Israel, and they used them to buy the potter's field as the Lord commanded me.
Entiababo, islunyade, botomari no butoriku tiabuobo, besabo, babiyo bute butiatom trete tabo, Yesu takya tutom temenya sisine, mene ye kunya syaritie, serubabe, abiwe, eriakie, aswe saroe, akie, eriue, ariasae, matalwe, diakue, Yesue, nta, Yesune Maria mo wabie, nta, Maria anenebo, kretue, atramito, Yesune, tak yatung.
Then Pilate asked him,
"Don't you hear the testimony they are bringing against you?"
but Jesus made no reply, not even to a single charge, to the great amazement of the governor. Now it was the governor's custom at the feast to release a prisoner chosen by the crowd.
Teta, Yesu mau biru waterune, Abraham butuh metom terleta, dawe satu metom temenya titine, bebu, biru buto titimenya koto, Yesu mau biru waterune, dawe butuh metom terleta bo, isrunya ne, botomari no botore, ko, tepo bo, botoma, babe jo buti, besa butira menya titise, bebu, biru buto titimenya koto, botoma, babe jo buti, besa butira metom terleta bo, Iesu Kristo, tak jatuh metom temenya titine, bebu, biru buto titimenya, Iesu Kristo tak jatuh meyu, none metemae monu Mariane mo wabisakwe, ayaba, yurisunu yabramitone Yesue, ente trantebo, tone wabie mantai titi, nasatiere, barnane Mariane, o wasabu, ente tuntebo, Maria, o wasabune, botomari no tonure, de suamuniribu, enta, Yesune, Maria, mo wabisakwe, ayaba, yurisunu yabramitone, yakuri nyare saintrame yune, nebata, saintune, ente tuntrebo, nyane, na nyora tiare yurisunu yabrami kurune, krakwe bayaba, nyowatune, nyarbo, Mariane butora se trebe, enta, Yesune, nime brone bokuro, krakuro, ayaba, nyonyo wentuobo, mone kuno arre bariune, tokubu mamito, botomari no to moketia mamito bukuribo, Yesu trebo, Yesua, kone, dau momrue, kone baria, tiaba, manta, samuni angkone, ayabane, minume, yosa kosube, enta, mome boku yonte, buto mimine, botomari no tonu redere suamuni tungebe, enta Mariane, nimo kutomine, tabianku, enta kone, nimimine, Yesu sinibie, nemobo, moro minya so bitine mesiaba, iyanku batebe, enta, ente tume bro, ini titi, titire tume, ne botomari no tore, yaibare, yatia nyabu, antumi torebo, botomari no tore meju, yatune, mete tune, mokume, kurune, kowasaba, mokuto, mirukune, kakyankwe, kutu, nene sini andane rimanwe, ayandane rimanwe no ibrani me aruyue, neme yune mete mae, botomari no bitone zinkesa aba, kikiri butune, ama mesi, ente abonuo, yiyune, ose abonuo, mone, tokubu mamito, botomari no to mo ketia mamito bo, mo tue yabu me yune, otito etung, enta mone, Maria te abonuo, mo manta samunitung. Ente tuse, Mariane nimimina tatia tierrine Yesune Maria saba, na ante tiebe, tetabo Mariane owa takia bonuo, Yesune nimimi sini tune Yesue, ayaba sini tune.
Then he released Barabbas to them. But he had Jesus flogged and handed him over to be crucified. soldiers took Jesus into the praetorium and gathered the whole company of soldiers around him. They stripped him and put a scarlet robe on him, and then twisted together a crown of thorns and set it on his head. They put a staff in his right hand and knelt in front of him and mocked him.
Hail, King of the Jews!
They said. They spit on him and took the staff and struck him on the head again and again. After they had mocked him, they took off the robe and put his own clothes on him. Then they led him away to crucify him. As they were going out, they met a man from Cyrene named Simon, and they forced him to carry the cross. They came to a place called Golgotha, which means the place of the skull. There they offered Jesus wine to drink, mixed with gall. But after tasting it, he refused to drink it. When they had crucified him, they divided up his clothes by casting lots. And sitting down, they kept watch over him there. Above his head, they placed the written charge against him. This is Jesus, the King of the Jews. 2 robbers were crucified with him, one on his right and one on his left. Those who passed by hurled insults at him, shaking their heads and saying,
You! We're going to destroy the temple and build it in 3 days. Save yourself. Come down from the cross, if you are the Son of God.
The same way the chief priests, the teachers of the law, and the elders mocked him.
He saved others,
They said,
but he can't save himself. He's the King of Israel. Let him come down now from the cross, and we will believe in him. He trusts in God. Let God rescue him if he wants him. For he said, I am the Son of God.
In the same way, the robbers who were crucified with him also heaped insults on him. From the 6th hour until the 9th hour, darkness came over all the land. About the 9th hour, Jesus cried out in a loud voice,
Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani,
which means, my God, why have you forsaken me? When some of those standing there heard this, they said, he's calling Elijah. Immediately, one of them ran and got a sponge, filled it with wine vinegar, put it on a stick, and offered it to Jesus to drink. But the rest said, Now leave him alone. Let's see if Elijah comes to save him. And when Jesus had cried out again in a loud voice, he gave up his spirit. At that moment, the curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. The earth shook and the rocks split. The tombs broke open, and the bodies of many holy people who had died were raised to life. They came out of the tombs, and after Jesus' resurrection, they went into the holy city and appeared to many people. When the centurion and those with him who were guarding Jesus saw the earthquake and all that had happened, they were terrified and exclaimed, "Surely he was the Son of God." Many women were there, watching from a distance. They had followed Jesus from Galilee to care for his needs. Among them were Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James and Joseph, and the mother of Zebedee's sons. As evening approached, there came a rich man from Arimathea named Joseph, who had himself become a disciple of Jesus. Going to Pilate, he asked for Jesus' body, and Pilate ordered that it be given to him. Joseph took the body, wrapped it in a clean linen cloth, and placed it in his own new tomb that he had cut out of the rock. He rolled a big stone in front of the entrance to the tomb and went away. Mary Magdalene and the other Mary were sitting there opposite the tomb. The next day, the one after Preparation Day, the chief priests and the Pharisees went to Pilate.
"Sir,"
they said,
"we remember that while he was still alive, that deceiver said, 'After 3 days I will rise again.' So give the order for the tomb to be made secure until the 3rd day. Otherwise his disciples may come and steal the body and tell the people that he's been raised from the dead. This last deception will be worse than the first."
Take a guard,
Pilate answered.
Go make the tomb as secure as you know how.
So they went and made the tomb secure by putting a seal on the stone.
मैंने Iesu Kristo mobilu watewe ama minyasi ne uturiane tanta Yesu ne dautere mi nie koto Mose Abraham tere mi nie tanta Abraham tere tetabo dau satu minyane Iesu Kristo mobilu watewe tanta ne minyasi ne mene Abraham ne Isae Yahweh Yekurabo mokerube brebo Srae Tumune Tamare Esowe Dame Aminae Naka Sowe Samowe Boy Bo Monune Daka Obe Monune Isaye Koto Tokumanito Dawe Ente Ababo đào tê rê tê ta bồ Iesu nhà nè bồ tôm à bà bê tê bồ tôm à đi nào tao rê cô tê à bồ bê sa bùi tê đam nê tôm tê mình nhà si nè mẹ nè sao mông nè uria sor mi cô rê mi abia asae Yisbae Yoame Usiae Yotame Asie Isetiae Manase Amove dosiae de conabo mokeune.
The angel said to the women, "Do not be afraid, for I know that you are looking for Jesus who was crucified. He is not here. He has risen, just as he said. Come and see the place where he lay. Then go quickly and tell his disciples, he has risen from the dead and is going ahead of you into Galilee. There you will see him. Now I have told you." So the women hurried away from the tomb, afraid, yet filled with joy, and ran to tell his disciples. Suddenly, Jesus met them.
Greetings,
He said, They came to him, clasped his feet, and worshipped him. Then Jesus said to them,
Do not be afraid. Go and tell my brothers to go to Galilee. There they will see me.
Ente ababo Iesu nhà nè bồ tôm à đi nào tao rê cô tê à bồ besabo ba me yobute bitira tom tê rê tê ta bồ Iesu ta dia tu tom tê mình nhà si nè mẹ nè như cô nhà siaritie sơn ba bê abime eriatie asine sarae atie eriwe ariasae matane yakue Iesu nta Iesu nè Maria mowabi nta Maria banelebo Kretue atramito Iesu nè ta kirato.
You are to say, his disciples came during the night and stole him away while we were asleep. If this report gets to the governor,
Enta Iesu mo bilu waterune Abraham butu metom tere tata da uwe satu metom timinya titine bebu bilu buto titimenya koto Iesu mo bilu waterune da butu metom tere tatabo Isurunya ne botomari no butore kum tebo obo botoma babe jobute besabutira minya titise bebu bilu buto titimenya koto botoma babe jobute besabutira metom tere tatabo Iesu Kristo atira tu metom temenya titine bebu bilu buto titimenya Iesu Kristo takya to meyu no ne betemae monu Maria ne mo abisakwe ayaba yoresunu yabra nitone Yesue ente trantebo tonye wabie mantai titi na satiere barane Mariane owasabu ente tuntebo Maria owasabune otomari no tonure deresu muniri buobe enta Yesune Maria mo abisakwe ayaba yoresunu yabra mitone yakuri nyare sa intrami yune debata sa intune ente tuntrebo nyane na nyora tiere yoresunu yabra nikurone karakwe ayaba nyowetune nyarebo Mariane mutora se trebe enta Yesune ni mebrone bokuro karakuro ayaba nyonyo wentuobo mole kuno arre bariune to kumanito botmari no to moketi almani to kurbo Yesu trebo Yesua one da umomue kone Maria ti aba manta samuni angkone ayabane minuwe me nyoesa kusle enta mo me bokuyonte buto me mine botmari no to no re so mo tundibe